Big WEF uploaded.
So I was hoping to start every one of my videos with some kind of peculiar intro and basically just try to be a little bit more interesting than those "What's up everybody, it's your boy," you know, I don't know what I'm saying. But I couldn't really think of anything interesting for the start of this video. So let's just get through the early non-player rounds of the game where I just buy everything up from the shop, trying to maximize my options for my opening. And actually, you know what's on my mind? Why do people hate on cream cheese in sushi or maki rolls? Like, obviously it's not traditional, but is it really all that gross? Like, you know what's delicious? Lox and cream cheese on a bagel. So why is it suddenly unacceptable when it's in a maki roll? Like, it's obviously not my favorite kind of sushi to order, but if you're trying to maximize variety, I don't see anything wrong with getting one roll with cream cheese in it. Anyways, back to the game. Our opener has nothing too significant, no standout early synergies, but I do hit a Poliwhirl, which is not too impactful for an early game evolution. It's better than nothing. What else is of note is that I've found 3 baby Pokemon. Generally, in the current patch, I try to avoid baby synergy, unless I happen to find 3 babies super early into the game. And as we move into the first player round of the game, the next shop gives me a 4th baby, or a second Azurill. And by running these 4 baby Pokemon, that gives me pretty good odds of finding an early egg. So I level up to level 4 right away and run the 4 baby Pokemon. And let's start losing these early fights and get an egg as soon as we can. And look at that, very good luck, we already get an egg. It contains Gothita, which we've seen quite a few times already on this channel. And in my ad picks, I can pick up Smoochum, which is yet another baby. And usually when I run babies in this patch, I stop after I get my first egg. But considering how early we got that first egg, and also the fact that we picked up a 4th unique baby Pokemon, I'm gonna gamble a little bit more and see if I can get 2 early game eggs. So let us lose another round right here. We're taking on a very weak looking water team here, and it's actually looking like we're about to win this fight. And that's going to be quite bad for our loss streak money. But check out this Squirtle, really helping me out here. Powered up by its Soldew, is able to keep my loss streak alive. Unfortunately, don't get a second egg after that loss, but I do find a 5th baby Pokemon in Togepi. So that's going to be guaranteed eggs after every loss. So we'll do a little bit of scouting as we continue our loss streak. Oh, another thing I want to talk about is when I refer to myself or my team, I'll randomly pluralize myself, as in, instead of saying, I lose the next round, I will say, we lose the next round. I don't really know why I do this. Maybe it's trying to include the viewer as part of the experience of playing the game. Or maybe I'm trying to incorporate the Pokemon that I'm using as part of this narrative. Like, it's not just me that's losing the round, it's me and my Pokemon. We together are doing the things that we do in this recording of a game that I played. I'm not gonna think too hard about it, and I'll just keep saying what feels natural. Anyways, we have just acquired our 2nd egg containing Scorbunny. We'll lose another round here against a very strong ground water team. And look at this next draft. I can pick up a 6th baby here, or pick up a Charcoal, which I don't want. And looking at the ad picks of this game, I'm noticing a lot of fossils, and fossil synergy is a very strong pivot. It's definitely something I could consider going for, especially because I don't have a team right now. And if I do want to go down that route, picking the Shieldon might be the right choice here. But instead, what if I got 7 babies, pick up some fossil stones, as well as a golden egg, and make some very strong fossil hatched units, powered up by old ambers, as well as a shiny item. With that, I'd be able to jump right into the late game with a super strong team, because this opener with 6 babies by round 8 is pretty much the perfect scenario for a baby 7 game. And our good fortune continues to come on as we get 2 eggs, as well as a 7th baby in the shop. And yeah, as we head into Gyarados, our game plan has been laid out in front of us, and with these Poliwhirls that I've naturally evolved, as well as a Wonder Box, we should be able to take down Gyarados no problem at all. And look at that, the item component Gyarados gives us is another Fossil Stone. So going into Carousel, I definitely want to nab the portal with a Fossil symbol. And if ultimately the Fossil pivot doesn't work out, I do still have a lot of versatility with the 2 Fossil Stones giving me 2 potential synergies of my choosing, as well as 5 babies with varying synergies to use. But we're able to get the Fossil portal no problem at all. And our fossil unique selection gives us Arctovish. This is like the first time I'm seeing this Pokemon, and it's absolutely horrendous. I hate this Pokemon so much. Really not a fan of this design at all, but we're definitely going to pick it up. The problem right now is that I don't have enough bench space. I have way too many eggs, really suffering from success here. But since we have 7 babies, I'm just going to dump all of my money into leveling up to level 7 and throw in our 7 babies, trying to get that golden egg as soon as we can. Our health is not looking great, so the sooner we can get that golden egg, the better. And yeah, we'll continue along here, losing our first fight of the mid game. I do decide to sell off one of my eggs for bench space. It's going to be my most recent egg, because realistically, that egg's just going to take way too long to hatch and also evolve. I'll need to stabilize as soon as possible once I get that golden egg, so I'm definitely more inclined to use the Gothita, Scorbunny, and Snivy, which will evolve much sooner. And our next draft gives us the option of picking up Amora, which is a very strong fossil Pokemon. Very happy to see that. Once again, I have to sell off a lot of eggs to have enough bench space to use what I want to use. But selling eggs is honestly pretty nice because I did have to take a big hit to my income to get to level 7 this early. Definitely going to need to build up as much money as I can if I want to stabilize. I also decided to sell off my Poliwhirl, 1 for the bench space and 2 because it doesn't really fit my late game fossil team. We'll take on a dragon team with very low health, and as we lose this round, we'll dip below 50 health, decisively in last place right now. Still no golden egg acquired, but we are building our income back quite quickly, and we also get to move first in the carousel round, picking up another fossil stone, exactly what we want. We'll continue along as our health continues to drop extremely low. Usually when people go for baby 7 eggs in the current patch, I want to say when it's done successfully, it's usually because of a strong early game and a lot of health to spare, but I'm doing things extremely risky. I do have pretty good odds of finding the golden egg, so I'm really hoping I'll be able to get it now. And with that loss to an artificial team, look at that, we get our golden egg. So now it's time to stabilize our team. Let's sell off those 7 baby Pokemon. I decide to hold on to Magby as it has decent synergy with Scorbunny, and I have some money to spare into rolling, trying to find some fossil Pokemon or perhaps an evolution. Fortunately, it doesn't take too long to find myself a Magmar, and I'm also able to find some fossil Pokemon. Alongside some bench Pokemon and an old Amber that I made, I can hit Fossil for synergy, which causes my fossil Pokemon to instantly revive when knocked out, and gaining a significant attack boost along the way. We'll watch our stabilizing team in action, with Magmar and Amora doing tons of work with their abilities, but even with all the fossil revivals, our frontline is still quite weak, and we don't quite have enough to win this round. Not an unexpected loss, but our health is in critical condition now. We can only afford 2 more losses here, and if we do somehow make it to the late game, that's pretty much only going to be 1 loss. Fortunately, I have a bit of breathing room, as this is a non-player round. I also have a lot of money to spend, and ideally, I would spend it on rolling after the non-player round is over to avoid finding wild Pokemon in the shop that I don't want to buy. But just to be safe, I do commit a few rolls just to find my 6th fossil Pokemon. Thankfully, with how many fossil Pokemon people have added into the game, it does not take long. And with Fossil 6 synergy, our fossil Pokemon's revival is now much stronger, giving them even more health and damage. And while we take on Mewtwo and Mew, I'm thinking about combining my components. We'll start with a Shell Bell, which is great for high damage dealing bulky frontliners. I also get a Miracle Seed from Mewtwo and Mew, and then I pick up a Twisted Spoon so that I can make a Soul Dew. I've had Human 2 synergy for a while, which gives me a TM. That's a single-use item that can permanently change a Pokemon's ability, but it's only usable on human Pokemon, mine being Scorbunny and Magmar, and the TM I got is not better than either of their abilities. So, as we spend the rest of this round rolling down, I'm mainly looking for evolutions. I'm able to get myself an Amistar, which is a fossil Pokemon. I can use Amistar to replace one of my unevolved fossil Pokemon, and right before the preparation phase ends, I'm able to evolve myself an Aurorus using a Ditto. And with these evolutions, as well as Fossil 6 synergy, my team is looking pretty good. I still have a lot of money in the bank too. We're taking on an artificial Amorphous team right now, and fortunately for us, they don't have a lot of evolutions, so we're able to take them down. And despite being really low health, things are really going to start turning around for us, because the next round, our Scorbunny evolves into Raboot. Our golden egg will also be hatching relatively soon, and we've still got a lot of money to spend, and a lot of strong potential evolutions, which will significantly help my team. With the amount of fossil Pokemon added to the game, thanks everyone else, I have a lot of options for side synergies, but as we slowly figure things out, we'll take on this water team, and despite being behind all game, our frontline is now extremely scary. Our opponent's team cannot puncture through, and Magmar continues to contribute from the back line. And now, not only do we have a carousel where I will be able to pick up another fossil stone, my golden egg hatches, giving me a rare candy. Rare candy is a very useful item, immediately impactful in the late game. Rare candy will immediately evolve its holder, Throughout the early and mid game, it's very strong on temporary Pokemon, and we happen to have a very useful temporary Magmar. Magmar is going to be the perfect holder for that item, while we look for pretty much any late game 5-cost Ultra unit. If we're able to evolve any late game carry, like a Swadloon or a Rhydon, we can immediately evolve it into that elusive final stage, and then give it an old Amber. And yeah, thanks to these Fossil Stones, we can pretty much make anything work with our team. And now, with Magmortar as a fossil Pokemon, I don't even think I'll need to stabilize any further, and I'm just going to save my money. We'll take on a Raichu Light Fairy team, which is a very popular team at the moment, but fortunately, our team is just way too powerful. We take down that Raichu before it even casts its ability, locked down from being frozen from our Ice 2 synergy, and the rest of their team just does not do enough damage compared to our unkillable fossils. Our opponent's team was just positioned perfectly for our Raboot to kick everything in its face. And yeah, things are really looking great. Now, I'm trying to get up to level 8, because getting a fully evolved 5-cost fossil unit is not only super easy with our rare candy, but also pretty much our win condition for getting first place. I spend most of my excess money into leveling up, and spend a bit of money into rolling, looking for evolutions just to maintain my tempo, pretty much just trying to match my opponent's increase in team strength. And we'll take on a very scary looking artificial team. This is the player in first place, and at this point of the game, they're completely undefeated, so they're coasting through the game. They've got a lot of strong late game Pokemon as well as evolutions, and they're able to melt through a lot of my front line, but our total health from our fossil revives is just too much for our opponent to handle. Their team runs out of steam as my Raboot only gets stronger from that Soul Dew, and the fully evolved Magmortar was able to survive the entire fight. And I'm very happy to take down that player in first win streak. That's a really good sign considering they're 50 gold ahead of me, and I haven't fully rolled down and spent all my money yet. So now we've got our legendary round coming up. I'm also going to be hitting level 8 very soon, and taking down Lugia and Ho-Oh here gets us our final item component, a Black Glasses, which is great because I can make a second Wonder Box. That means our other item is going to be a Shiny Charm, which is not amazing in fossil teams, but it's definitely not bad. And our legendary carousel has 3 fossil portals, and thankfully I'm able to jump in one. There's still only one fossil legendary in the game, which is Eternatus. A very nice addition to the team, as it's just another unkillable frontline fossil Pokemon. What's really nice about Eternatus is that it's a dragon, and with Tyrunt, I can throw in a third dragon and hit a whole new array of synergies. I have Dragon 3 synergy active, which gives me Aquatic synergy and Rock synergy. Aquatic synergy is very useful for that cleansing and pushing wave, and Rock synergy gives my Tyrunt a lot more defense, as well as a Weather Rock, which can give my team some nice bonuses. A nice small benefit if my opponent activates a weather effect. And I am looking for a 5-cost carry to evolve with that rare candy and fossil stone. I am able to get 2 Dittos, which gives me a lot of options to consider. First option is Blissey, which would be great for shielding my team and making them unkillable, but overall not the most impactful in terms of damage, which is what I'm after, especially considering that I'll be losing my Magmortar. The next option is Reuniclus, which does do a ton of damage, but definitely not the most impactful without Psychic Synergy active. But the last option is Luxray, which is a very strong frontliner that does a lot of damage, and it has a lot of survivability, as its ability allows it to dash around the battlefield. It's great at dodging area of effect abilities, as well as messing with opponents' attack targeting, and this all pairs really nicely with Fossil, giving it an extra safety net from being sniped before it's able to use its ability. So here we go, a fully evolved Fossil Luxray joins the team. Raboot has also fully evolved into Cinderace, because despite being super low health and in last place early on into the game, we're starting to outlast a lot of our opponents, and despite our team looking more unbeatable than ever, we still have level 9 to hit, and there's a lot of significant synergies we can get, like Amorphous 3 or Field 3, and I would also include Light 2 in that list if our Light Spot wasn't awkwardly in the back line, but I won't complain about that, as my team is taking on a pretty scary looking Steel Artificial team, and even though my opponent's team does a lot of damage, almost everything on my team has 2 lives, and we take down this opponent no problem at all. And our item carousel has a lot of great options, but I really want the Shell Bell to give my Luxray a lot of healing. This round, I also decide to sell off my Amistar and look towards getting a Bug 2 synergy alongside the Yanma on my bench. Looking back, I would have liked to see an Amorphous 3 synergy instead, but Sewaddle is a great late game frontliner, and the potential of cloning it with Bug 2 synergy is even better. I will need to get to level 9 for that, so in this round, I actually decide to throw in Cyndaquil, which can potentially give my 2 strongest units, Cinderace and Luxray, some extra attack speed. and a little bit of healing, of course, thanks to that field synergy. We'll take on this dragon team once again. They've given us some trouble in the past, and they've got some pretty good late game upgrades like an Arctibax and a Tyrantrum, but my Tyrant outlives their Tyrantrum. That's the power of Fossil Synergy, and it's looking to be a pretty comfortable victory with contributions coming from all of my Fossil Pokemon. And yeah, the team's looking quite unstoppable. And yeah, as we move along, nothing really happens here. I'm just continuing towards level 9. And here we go, Light Fairy Raichu gets evaporated. My Luxray does get bursted down super quickly, but thanks to that Fossil Revival, it has its second life. And the rest of my bulky front line don't even lose their first life. Even the Cyndaquil survives, and we are now in the top 3 of the game. We'll continue to work towards level 9 here, as we got a non-player round. And for taking down the Bird Trio, Thunderstone could be a pretty funny option. But Wonder Box is just a no-brainer here. This is our 3rd Wonder Box of the game, and I already have a plan for my 9th Pokemon, so no Electric 3 synergy. And I decided to dump my money into XP to get to level 9. Even though I don't suspect my team losing, one bad loss could still knock me out of the game. Well, technically not yet, but hey look, there's a Swadloon, and as I continue to roll away my money, there is a Yanmega. We'll get that evolution in time just before our battle with the player in first place. Their artificial team is looking stronger than ever, but it's not enough to puncture through our team's front line. Again, they're able to outdamage us early into the fight, but with our Fossil Synergy revivals kicking in, my team is able to withstand all that damage and outlast them in the end, and we'll continue our late game dominance as we head into the last few rounds of the game. This upcoming Dragon team has already lost to my Ghost, so I'm not worried about them. This opponent does have a very strong Water Dragon team with a scary back line. A lot of good burst damage coming through for them, but my team has the same story as always. My Fossil Pokemon are just unkillable, and I'm loving the amount of freezing that my Aurorus is able to do. It's been a very crucial contributor to my team. We'll take another win as we head into the carousel, and there is another Wonder Box, but unfortunately gets claimed. I end up just grabbing a red orb for some nice true damage. I end up throwing that on my Swadloon, but looking back, it might have been better to throw that on Yanmega, as not only does Yanmega gain attack speed over time, but I actually have more frontline Pokemon that I can fit in my team, considering that Swadloon gets cloned. But if I gave that red orb to Yanmega instead, Yanmega would have been cloned instead of the Swadloon, and while Swadloon is stronger than Yanmega, I just don't have the room for 9 frontline Pokemon. But no big deal, we'll just position like this as we take on that artificial team again. And wow, credit to my opponent's team, they do so much damage to me. At many points throughout this battle, it really does look like I'm losing this fight. Everything on my team looks like it's at extremely low health. But guess what? They're still on their first life. That's the power of fossils. It looks a lot closer than it actually is. And we'll take another win here, as my Ghost knocks out the player in 3rd place. Not even remotely close for them. Now we've got a non-player round, so let's just fast forward here as we take down the legendary beasts. And look at that, 3 really nice options for my team. But no surprise at all, I'm going to take the old Amber. That's pretty much a max revive on crack. We can turn our Swadloon into a fossil, welcome to the club. And this is likely to be the final matchup of the game, so I roll down all of my money. I still need to evolve my Tyrant, which has remained unevolved all game. And I could do it with a Ditto, but wouldn't it be cooler if I got myself a Goodra? I'm able to get myself a second Sliggoo, and a second Ditto from the shop brings me one step closer. I just need one more Goomy, but I run out of money. So, Tyrantrum it is. Let's take on our opponent, as Tyrantrum just hangs out in the back. He's just warming up his legs before he jumps into the action. This time, Cinderace actually gets taken down, but the rest of our team, not a care in the world. Fossil versus Artificial, it's the old versus the new, past versus the future, as our team wins yet again. And there we go, a comeback from Baby 7 into a truly disgusting Fossil team. And as always, thanks everyone for watching. I'll see you all in the next game. Hello, thanks for checking out this video. If you're brand new to Pokemon AutoChess, I highly recommend watching the previous video titled Groudon Takes Flight. Otherwise, please enjoy this video where I will focus more on discussing synergies, items, and my thought process and decision making behind creating and equipping items. If you'd prefer watching without commentary or editing, the full unedited game is in the description below. Alright, so I start my first 2 rounds how I always do, buying out whatever I can from the shop, and I'm looking first for evolutions, and secondly for strong early synergies. While these early rounds play out, I'm going to give a quick overview on how items work. During these early rounds and throughout the early to mid game, every player will be acquiring item components at the end of non-player rounds, drafting rounds, and carousel rounds. These happen every game at specific stages, and I'll make sure to point them out when they happen, but our reward for completing the first non-player
Why'd he drop out? Howdy, how do you do? This is Hey guys, and of course, welcome to FGC University. We're here at Coach's Corner, and first off, thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you guys enjoy the show, but thank you so much for people who've been subscribing and been sending us messages, and also a lot of questions. We love to answer those again, and of course, as always, we love when you guys are here to hang out with us. Feel free to like, follow, subscribe. As
Are you tired of riding Nessie to grab the swimming beast in the cavern star the normal way? Are you a beginner speed gamer and do not want to do the slow elevator clip anymore? Or are you an experienced speedrunner and tired of failing box triple jump over and over again? Well, I have the solution for you. Let me introduce the HMC Sign Clip. This is a pretty recent discovery found in 2024, and it allows you to go from the start of the stage directly to the star. Now, how difficult could it be? It is not that bad. Let me show you my friend Chrysalid's explanation on how this works.
Mario has to hit the seam between the two wall triangles of the left wall of this sign. This is floating point perfect. If you pick a random y value along this seam, there's a 1 in 135 chance that there exists a single z floating point value that will allow you to get the double wall push. A single z unit here is 1/2048th of a unit. In real life, this would translate to roughly the width of a red blood cell. This means that if you try to completely YOLO this strat, the odds of success can be calculated to be somewhere in the range of 1 in 1 million to 1 in 10 million. Clearly, it will not be possible to find a setup for this strat that is even remotely reasonable.
Precision in the size of a red blood cell. 1 in 10 million chance. Sounds easy enough, right? Let me try it out. Of course, in true fashion of my content, blindfolded. Well, that was too easy, man. Jokes aside, in the last few weeks, my good friends Circumark, Kano, other runners and researchers have been working relentlessly on making a new RTA viable setup. That means a setup that speedrunners could use in actual speedruns without depending on a 1 in 10 million chance of luck. And sure enough, in true speedrunner fashion, they found something amazing. What I demonstrated in my blindfolded run is the newest setup. It reduces this infinitely precise trick into only 2 frame perfect inputs. First, you have to run into the sign to get a straight angle. Then you crouch and Mario can, and hold down the stick for exactly 6 frames. You can make easily distinguishable visual cues or even pause buffers similar to carpetless setups. From here, you can simply jump, change the camera again, and pause 1 frame after being airborne. With this, the setup is guaranteed to work. The best part about this strategy is that the frame perfect jump can actually be repeated quite easily, as your angle does not change if you fail. So the only part of the strategy that can actually fail right now is the 6 frame long crawling angle change. It is so amazing to me that speedrunners manage to find setups like this one to make seemingly impossible strategies work consistently with human gameplay. Kano, for example, started grinding this strategy on the first day of the discovery and already got insane streaks like hitting it 14 times in a row. New backups and setups are still constantly being found. It is a really exciting time for SM64 speedruns once again. But what does it actually mean for the speedruns? Will people actually use this? Well, it depends. After my initial testing, my personal answer would be yes. It will be certainly used, especially in high-level 16-star speedruns. This trick should save roughly 2 seconds with good execution over the old box triple jump strategy, which, speaking in high-level 16-star terms, is a gigantic time save. Similar to the new Fire CBLJ strat, it might take some time for players to pick up, but I'm certain that it will be used in runs in the future. It is consistent enough to go for the potential time save. In longer categories like 70 or 120 star though, the question is a bit trickier. I believe in those categories, consistency is still much more important. While comfortable runners might go for it eventually, I do not think it will become the norm anytime soon. The trade-off might simply not be worth it. Then again, it has only been a few days since the newest setup discoveries, so maybe there will be even faster or safer strategies soon. Meanwhile, I wanted to gather a bit more data about this trick, so I booted up my game and went to try it out myself. After learning the initial setup, I instantly knew that this would be viable for blindfolded speedruns. All the inputs are very simple and normalized after all. Hitting a frame-perfect angle change can also be decently consistent by just practicing the timing, similar to what I did with the carpetless setup. And so, my journey began. A journey that would change my life forever. For reference, the blindfolded world record for this star was a 19.9, performed by me on 19th January 2024. When I started, I was not even sure if I would be able to beat this time, because of the multiple frame-perfect inputs. For blindfolded without visual cues, there are 3 main problem parts of this strategy. First, the actual clip itself. These are 2 frame-perfect timings back to back, what I already explained earlier. First, a 6 frame long crawl, and then a perfect pause after the jump. Turns out that for blindfolded, this is still the easy part. After you land in the water, you next need to set up your angle properly, and this is really tricky. In order to go straight to the star, you need to turn in such a precise way that it basically equals to another very small frame window. And to make things worse, we do not have any visual cues for jumping onto the island. This means yet again 2 frame perfect jumps, otherwise Mario will just slide down the slope. If you then previously set up the angle correctly, you should be in the general vicinity of the star. That is the basic breakdown of the strategy, and so I started my first few attempts. But yeah, the swims at the end will be the problem on this version. Because I cannot play on this. First try. Yeah, I cannot do the jumps on emulated, it's so different. I cannot do the jumps, but this was literally first try. Like, it's not hard, as I said. It's so funny that this will not be faster than the blindfolded racket anyways. You're kidding me, dudes. Too far left, damn it. Ain't the ending. That's the hard part about this. Why would you stand on the side there? Jesus Christ, that is so dumb. It's funny because 1 frame too late you can tell because there's an audio cue. World's first sign clip blindfolded. Okay, we're gonna do it faster though. Oh, 21 seconds? Dude, we can beat the IL record. I made a mistake, like a huge one. Yo, yes, world record! Let's go! 19.7, dude! After struggling for a bit, I finally got a clean run, and with that a new world record by a few frames. Of course, the run was still improvable, and I was just getting started. People were excited, and I wanted to improve the record even more. What do you mean? I was so close, dude. Missed the jump, man. It's a new world record, but still didn't get the rollouts. Very close to sub 19, dude. Yes! Boom! 18-4-6, dude. Back to back as well, twice in a row. And there we have it. The first time in the world that the blindfolded 19-second barrier has been broken. But still, I had this one big hiccup by accidentally sliding down the slope at the end once. I knew I could do better, and so the grind continued. Yes! 17! Dude, maybe we can sub 17 actually. That was still with a mistake. That was still with a mistake, dude. Sub 18. A time I would have never imagined before. But still, there were small mistakes, like a small slide on the island again, and not rolling directly into the star. That let me ask the question, is potentially a sub 17 possible as well? I was convinced of it, and only a few tries afterwards I got this run. Huh? Why was that so slow? Why was that an 18, dude? Huh? Okay, not this one, but this one.
Hold on, we're actually playing water. What the hell is wrong with me? Oh no. No, it's just broken. I broke it. Fuck. got rid of the purple. Got rid of my Goomy. I guess we're gonna run Gyarados. We should live long enough to get Gyarados. Protective pads. That's not Gyarados. We're not gonna get Gyarados. Dude, we didn't even get one for that one. Oh, we're gonna lose. by the Magnemite. Hidden by the Magnemite. Oh, we lost. I should have kept him there. I didn't realize I had no HP. The Melmetal pick was clutch though. I should have kept him in. I like Polytone. Don't even make sense. I'll get him in the next game. Arg. Arg. Wow, I really fucked up my microphone. Oh.
I know it's not better. Oh, it's a lot better. Hey, oh, let's go. It's a lot better. It's time for a real game of some Pokemon. AutoChess. Cause I'm never playing Pokemon Unite ever again. Hell no. Let's do a custom room. We're probably just gonna do a bot game actually. Unless people show up. Boom, 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 boom. Now they're doing the history of the leader. I love the leader. He's actually really cool. You like Aquaman?
The hospitalized
He
fighter will
said,
have
sure,
a comeback
I guess.
here at LR Xian. Today, we will discuss the next scene in Baki Gaiden, Sikorsky and Gaia side story. It's a scene where a fighter goes to Gaia's home to have his awaited revenge. Who do you think this fighter is? Let's find out. But first, please know that you can buy the new Grappler Baki volume collections, Baki the Grappler Season 1 and 2 DVDs, and Bandai's Grappler Baki figurine on the link on the description below. By buying, you can help the channel grow and release more Baki videos.
You gonna
Please subscribe
read it?
and let's begin. The chapter starts inside Gaia's apartment. On that day, an earthquake occurred without an emergency alert. It was a magnitude 3 quake. 30 minutes prior, Sikorsky is saying, "Are you Nomura? Would you quit staring? It's creepy. You're Gaia then. Does that mean Nomura got locked up again? I couldn't find you here. So I figured you returned to your country. Good thing you're back. You have a guest. Nomura? Welcome home, Sikorsky," said by a gigantic man. Alexander Golin. Reigning as wrestling's top champion with pure talent alone. He's a Russian hero. Seeking submission to his motherland. A patriot to a masochistic degree. And now, the time has come for him to deal with the man who dishonored his beloved motherland. For his revenge match. Golin then said, "For the sake of Russia's pride, I will crush you. I remember you. From back then, huh? So you came all the way here just for me? How annoyingly noble of you." Gaia then thinks. Rich coming from him. An earthquake? No. Pre-fight jitters? No. It's fear. His body held on to memories from the past. Memories of the time he tasted the fear. But this face resurfaced. A trauma deep enough to make him quiver. But his spirit says otherwise. While in recovery, Golin numbed his sense of fear by forcing himself to recall that trauma on purpose. An extreme remedy. Now, all that fills Golin's mind is blocking off the cries of his body. Fueled by 120% patriotism. Then suddenly, Gaia stopped them. A mandarin seed? Take this useless bickering somewhere else. Who's stronger between the two of you? Figuring that out is useless in my territory. Grasshoppers get eaten by frogs. And frogs by snakes. That's how clear the difference in strength is here. Are you saying you're the snake here? Don't make me laugh. Agreed. I've even beaten a giant snake before. If you two really want a match that badly, let's make it fair. Let's have a proxy war. Then Golan dug a hole. What are you doing? Huh? We're planting those seeds, right? We can start with a
You know what we need to do? I need my phone, but we need to go back to doing the things for that Doctor Who video. Oh shit. Where is my phone? I don't know. I don't know. How am I supposed to know? I don't fucking know. It can be anywhere. Where is my phone? I don't know. I don't know. I can't play that Doctor Who video without my phone. I refuse to go. Do do goom goom goom. I'm ready. Fuck it.
I lost my coat.
Dude, are you joking? What the heck?
Whoa. Hello? What?
What did I do? What? Yep. That was weird. Oh, what the fuck?
What's this?
Oh, I see.
I broke this. I'm not sure what's wrong.
Feels like it just needs to stay in place.
Everything is shitty. You're a monster.
With Trico?
Yeah,
I like the sound of it. I like the sound of it.
Hello? Probably need to open this thing up and see what's wrong. We need Monster 4. We need Monster 4. Something's wrong with this thing. It's terrible. I hate my life. It has to be good. Fuck. Hello? No. Go get him. Oh no. Oh, I had fucking. Get rid of somebody. Yeah, I think replace our whole team. For a real kid. And if we replace aggro, we can replace Magnemite to get grass in there, maybe. Oh, this sounds terrible.
Hello.
That's so weird. I should have made Bayleaf. Should have made Bayleaf. What are we doing? We're playing monster, dude. Wish I was building Bayleaf instead, man. It looks dire, but I don't know. It's still happening, I guess. The other guy. Monster form. This is cool. Yes. I really just need Robinson. Or Leslie. It's also only 3 dragons.
actually kind of want to eat that. We're dead. You should be able to hear me. You should be able to. Yeah, you can. Yeah. It was Shitty.
Explanation works as a hook, I want to make sure that everyone is caught up to date on everything. And I do mean everything. Because there is a lot. So if you haven't seen any Doctor Who before, or if you're new to the fandom, or even if you're like me and you've watched every episode of the show like 50 times over, buckle up, people, to be battled. Season 5 would begin with Tomb of the Cybermen, one of the most historic episodes of the show. And it's not difficult to see why. The impressive miniature work, camera work, direction, script, pretty much everything about this story is perfect. And it really shows just how good things were going to be going forward. Introduced here is the Cyber Controller. Cybermats are also here. I do love me some Cybermats. And overall, this episode serves as an epic futuristic retelling of The Mummy, but with Cybermen, so it's objectively superior. The TARDIS arrives on Telos, where there are, brace yourselves, tombs of the Cybermen. Dun dun dun. They meet an archaeologist team that has been infiltrated by villainous spies who reawaken the Cybermen to try and strike a deal. They refuse, and so it becomes a battle of attrition, a base under siege, if you will. And there is just some delightful character interactions here, with the Doctor alluding to his own past, with him comforting Victoria. It's just simply brilliant. After that is the Abominable Snowman, which is a sleeper hit for me actually. This is one of my favorites, and is also the introduction of the Yeti. Oh, look at them. Look at the little Yeti, so sweet and cuddly. I love them. Oh, and also the Great Intelligence is here. An ancient entity, a villainous mind that is so strong it can control matter through sheer willpower. It has created the Yeti, who are actually robots, and is controlling them with these spheres thanks to the help of Padma Sambhava, who is an old friend of the Doctor, but is now a decrepit corpse, being kept alive only by the Great Intelligence. On this adventure, Jamie and Victoria also meet a traveller called Professor Travers, and together, with the help of the monks, they are able to defeat the Intelligence and stop the Yeti. But not for long. Next is the Ice Warriors, an adventure set on Earth's far future, in the midst of a new ice age, and they find something in the ice. From Mars, it's an Ice Warrior, and there are multiple of them. This is another based on a siege type story, and probably one of the more successful ones. The Ice Warriors would quickly become a fan favorite design, and I mean, could you blame us? These guys are awesome. A typical Martian medieval warrior design. It's just perfect, and you can see just how expensive it really was. After that is Enemy of the World, and yet again we have another banger. They just don't stop coming, man. Or Doppelbanger ganger. You guys know what I'm saying. TARDIS lands in Earth's future again, but not quite that far as before, as the planet has now been taken over by a villainous dictator, Salamander, and he's the spitting image of the Doctor. Naturally, the Doctor has to take advantage of this, and blah 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 blah. It ends with him having a fight in the TARDIS, with Salamander being sent out into the vortex. Oh no! You know, something I love about the 60s era of the show is how every episode ties into the one coming right after it. It's a holdover from the original 3 seasons of the show, but I think it really works and connects all these episodes together whilst also allowing for them to be watched in any order, which is the way I watch Doctor Who. Web of Fear is up next, and the Great Intelligence is back, baby. Already, to no one's surprise. But this episode, okay, I know I say this a lot, and I really do, but this episode, it's a 10 out of 10 masterpiece. What can I say? It's true. When I meant to just lie? We begin in Tooting Bec, many years after the events of the Abominable Snowmen. The robot's Yeti is on display, and Travers is back to look at it. He's older now, and he's convinced that there's something off about it, that the Yeti are about to return. But he is shooed off. This is one of the most atmospheric openings in the show's history, by the way. But they should have listened to his warnings as the control sphere breaks into the house and the Yeti transforms. We got ahead a few months. The TARDIS lands in the London Underground. Charing Cross, to be exact. And as you can tell, that atmosphere that I was talking about is not going away anytime soon. Most of the story is set underground, which adds to that growing sense of claustrophobia. And the sets of the Underground, they're so spectacular as well, being so lifelike that London Transport actually filed a complaint saying that they had not given them authorization to film in their tunnels, believing the show to have actually gone behind their backs and filmed in real London Underground tunnels. They didn't, by the way, they were just that good. London is under threat as the sinister web has taken over. It wrapped around the TARDIS previously, and now it overtakes the country. Everyone has been forced to evacuate, and the Doctor has a run-in with a group of soldiers hiding out in the underground. And leading these soldiers is one special man. A character unlike any other. A character who you might recognize, and a character who would change the trajectory of the show forever. Colonel Lethbridge Stewart, played by Nicholas Courtney. Remember him from earlier? Doctor Who loves reusing actors. Except here, he's different. From the moment he's introduced, we know there's something special about him. He's not your everyday soldier type. He's not a generic background character. He immediately commands attention, and unlike every other soldier character in both this story and basically every other, he actually believes what he has to say.
Brought you here?
Yes, been wondering how you got here.
Yes, but I don't think there's any harm in telling you now. I have a craft that travels in time and space. Oh, come now, Doctor, you can't expect...
This craft of yours, this time-space craft, could it get us out of here?
Yes, but it's at Covent Garden.
What does it look like?
It's a police box. Really, Colonel, you're
So,
surely not
if
going
we
to
could rescue that craft, you could take us out.
It's a special scene. Genuinely, especially because of the legacy this character would go on to have. But it's really a moment where you see this character prove themselves as someone worthy to go on to be who they go on to be. The sergeant disregards the Doctor immediately, saying it's ridiculous. The Brigadier does not. That's the clear difference right there. That's the difference between this character and every other military character that's ever been in the show. It doesn't matter how ridiculous it is. If it's true, it's true. And he's getting everyone as someone worthy to go on to be. Underground tunnels. They didn't, by the way, they were just that good. London is under threat as the sinister web has taken over. It wrapped around the TARDIS previously, and now it overtakes the country. Everyone has been forced to evacuate, and the Doctor has a run-in with a group of soldiers hiding out in the underground. And leading these soldiers is one special man. A character unlike any other. A character who you might recognize, and a character who would change the trajectory of the show forever. Colonel Lethbridge Stewart, played by Nicholas Courtney. Remember him from earlier? Doctor Who loves reusing actors. Except here, he's different. From the moment he's introduced, we know there's something special about him. He's not your everyday soldier type. He's not a generic background character. He immediately commands attention, and unlike every other soldier character in both this story and basically every other, he actually believes what he has to say.
brought you here?
Yes, been wondering how you got here.
Yes, but I don't think there's any harm in telling you now. I have a craft.
That's the difference between scene. Genuinely, especially because of the legacy this character would go on to have. But it's really a moment where you see this character prove themselves as someone worthy to go on to be who they go on to be. The sergeant disregards the doctor immediately, saying it's ridiculous. The brigadier does not. That's the clear difference right there. That's the difference between this character and every other military character that's ever been in the show. It doesn't matter how ridiculous it is. If it's true, it's true, and he's getting everyone out of there. He's the last of his battalion, with everyone else having died from the Yeti attacks, and as the web grows closer surrounding them, it appears we're in a situation where there's no longer any hope for survival. I actually won't spoil this one. There is a super compelling murder mystery aspect to it. It has a genuinely shocking resolution as well, so I'll just skip to the end. The day is saved and the TARDIS goes off, but life on Earth will never quite be the same. You really gotta watch this episode, man. But up next is Fury from the Deep, which sees the departure of Victoria and the bittersweet separation of herself and Jamie. They were so sweet together, man. God damn, man, that's so sad. Also, the story's great, but yeah, you've already heard me go into all that. Also introduced here for the first time is the sonic screwdriver. This would later go on to be one of the Doctor's most useful tools, but here it is. It's literally just a screwdriver that makes a noise. Well, technically, that is what it says on the tin, which leads us on to the finale, the wheel in space. The Cybermen are back, and they're attempting to sabotage the wheel in space, a human-operated base that controls the Earth's... Hey, wait a second. Yeah, this is pretty much the moon base again, but this time with Cybermats and a Cyber Planner. Ooh, and also a new Cyberman design too, and a new Cyberman voice, 2 new Cyberman voice. Whoops. I actually think this story is pretty underrated, man. Introduced here is Zoe, the new female companion and replacement for Victoria. She is absolutely brilliant and forms, in my opinion, the perfect trifecta of Second Doctor companions. Zoe is the futuristic genius, motivated by logic and intellect. Jamie is the strong man from the past, and the Doctor is the mix of both timeless and witty. He's the most practical of the group. It genuinely is a perfect dynamic. They all fill all of each other's holes. No, not in that way. What the fuck am I even saying? The Cyber Planet is basically an upgraded version of the Cyber Controller, just in the form of a computer now. It's like a big brain. And also, I really like the Cyberman's new design here. I think it's cool how they keep upgrading as they go on. Also, something funny here. Trivia time. This is the first use of the alias John Smith for Doctor Who. It's a running gag now that the Doctor always calls himself John Smith because it's such a generic name, like John Doe or something similar. But with all that said, that leads us on to season 6. Sadly, by no fault of the show, audiences were starting to get a bit bored. Ratings had declined once again for no real reason other than the fact that I guess the show had been going on too John Smith because it's such a generic name, like John Doe or something similar. But with all that said, that leads us on to season 6. Sadly, by no fault of the show, audiences were starting to get a bit bored. Ratings had declined once again for no real reason other than the fact that I guess the show had been going on too long. I honestly couldn't tell you. Ratings for this show are so nebulous and inconsistent. I'll talk about it later. We'll get there when we get there, man. Come on, well, you know I'll have this discussion. The point is, talks were made for Patrick Troughton to be recast yet again. Patrick Troughton himself was in favour of the idea, actually, saying that 3 years is the perfect length of time to stay as the Doctor. But this time round, more than the last, it was proving a bit more difficult to find a replacement. Season 6 begins with a whimper. The Dominators takes the spot of another story that was actually meant to be in this one's place, but it's not a bad story, not by any means, and features the always wonderful Quarks, but it's certainly not as spectacular as the rest of this season, or the last for that matter. It was clear that with this episode and the Crotons as well, they had to be more so cobbled together than all of the other stories. Later, the original stories that were meant to be in this place would be reproduced in book and audio format, and if I'm being honest, I prefer the television versions. The Quarks would feature a lot in TV comic, and I love them for that. Up next is the Mind Robber, and holy fuck, this episode is good. See what I mean? Yeah, the Dominators is cool and all, but you compare it to this one that comes right after it, and holy agree. This episode is a total mindfuck that sees the TARDIS exploding and then reforming. A white void, a white TARDIS, and then a forest of strange trees. Jamie climbs on top to get a better vantage point, but these aren't trees, they're words. Welcome to the land of fiction, where somehow, after falling through the cracks of the universe, the Doctor and his friends have ended up here. This dimension is controlled by the Master of the land of fiction. What do you think, of someone else? And as you can imagine, there's a lot of funny and meta elements that happen in a story like this. For example, one week, when Fraser Hines wanted to go on holiday, they turned him into a cardboard cutout and had the Doctor restructure his face. When he got it wrong, a different actor, Hamish Wilson, took on the role for the next couple of episodes, which I just think is really fun. Eventually, it comes to a climax in a battle of wills between the Doctor and the Master, where it is then revealed that the Master isn't the one actually in charge of this realm, but merely a puppet controlled by the dimension itself. The Doctor and co escape, and the TARDIS reforms itself, with what the land of fiction truly is remaining a mystery forever. 10 out of 10. And up next is The Invasion, my first ever episode of Doctor Who, fun fact, and naturally one of my favourites as well. We return to Earth, contemporary this time, and are introduced to a sketchy company called International Electromatics. It's run by Tobias Vaughan, who also played Mavic Chen in the Daleks Master Plan. Doctor Who loves reusing actors. And speaking of which, Colonel Lethbridge Stewart is back. But he's gone up in the world and has been promoted to Brigadier of UNIT, United Nations Intelligence Task Force, a new organization set up in the wake of the Yeti's invasion, or Wotan from the War Machines, if you take New Law into account. But either way, in my headcanon, the Brigadier established this organization after the events of the Web of Fear, and he wants the Doctor's help yet again. It's the Cybermen. The Cybermen are trying to invade and using Vaughn to make it happen. He sends out a signal that knocks out all who hear it, but luckily, the Doctor is able to make a device that'll cancel it out. Yet again, the Cybermen have a new design, and they don't actually speak this time. That instead is a property of the Cyber Planner, which is in Tobias's wall and plays a much larger part than it did before. Speaking of which, Tobias Vaughan has been partially converted, making him invulnerable to bullets and crazy strong, and also just crazy. But he has a plan up his sleeve for when the Cybermen eventually betray him. A special type of signal that'll make them go insane. Cybermen have been running around the sewers, going crazy due to these experiments on them, and eventually they rise, descend from the sewers, descend the steps of St. Paul, and they invade London. It's literally iconic. Also, it's definitely my favourite Cyberman design. Probably ever. In fact, definitely ever. A few more interesting things here. Terence Dix, my favourite Doctor Who writer, got his start here as a script editor. Corporal and later Sergeant Benton is introduced here, one of the best characters of the whole show. And Derek Sherwin is now primarily in charge over Innes Lloyd, though that has more or less been the case for a little bit now. This scene with the cards, by the way, is my earliest memory of watching Doctor Who. Oh, and also the TARDIS can go invisible. Up next is the Crotons, which is, it's not as good. Still fun though. Robert Holmes wrote this and he's awesome, and also introduced here is the HADS, the Hostile Action Displacement System, that allows a TARDIS, when put in immense peril, to automatically escape to a nearby location. Wonder if that will be important later. After that is the Seeds of Death, a follow-up to the Ice Warriors, an episode that's still pretty good, but just a little bit too long. Again, we have another weather control station, and this time it's, you guessed it, a base under siege story. But we have a cool new Ice Warrior design. I think there's a bit of a missed opportunity here not to have some Ice Warriors show up in a more contemporary settings, but then again, that's just how my brain works. I love these things. After the Seeds of Death is the Space Pirates, and golly gosh gee willikers, this is an episode, one of the episodes of all time. It's actually not as bad as everyone thinks, but as it is all gone and there are no telesnaps, I mean, I can't say I don't get why this one gets a bad rap. Luckily, by this point, it's actually quite rare that stories are missing, with most of season 6 being completely intact and the only missing episodes from here on out being certain color copies of the next era, meaning that this is the last lost story. maybe. But we'll talk about that another time. Around this time, there was a crossover episode of Doctor Who with a show called Out of the Unknown. Terry Nation allowed them to use the Daleks, and the TARDIS was used as well. But sadly, yeah, that's all gone. Why must there be so much lost media? Season 6 was underperforming, but the brand overall was doing pretty well. As you can imagine, there were yearly annuals, weekly comics, and people were liking what they were seeing. With the exception of the Crotons, I think, which had apparently a bit of a poor reception. But to be fair, I can't find much evidence to prove this. This season had been well received by audiences. It just needed a bit of a switch up. And so preparations were made for Doctor Who's second most epic story yet. The War Games is one of my favourite stories, and I don't think it's any secret why. At a staggering 10 parts long and being fully intact, this episode is a journey with action, horror, terror, and intrigue. This story would go on to have a large gap between it and its follow-up, and that wasn't just because it was the finale to season 6. A new Doctor had to be cast, and the BBC had no idea where to look. Actually, it took them quite a while to find out who to get, and on top of that, a whole new creative team was stepping in as well. Big changes were going to be happening, but Patrick Troughton was still going to go out with a bang. It's a bait and switch. The story lures you in into thinking it's a historical, when really, it's all a game, being played out by these warmongers, led by the War Lord. These games are simulations. The people have been stolen from their time zone and brainwashed to keep fighting, to provide intel to this futuristic race, and the Doctor promises to put a stop to it. He encounters someone by the name of the War Chief. A familiar face, although we have never seen it before. This man is the same as the Doctor, from the same civilization as the Doctor. Eventually, the Doctor is put in too large a predicament for him to truly get out of. It's a no-win scenario, so he finally does it. Does what he's been running away from for all this time. For the last 6 seasons, the Doctor has been in exile. He ran away from his home with his granddaughter Susan, and now it's finally time to give it up. He contacts his people, the Time Lords. They arrive to clean up the mess. Everyone is returned to their own times, the War Chief is punished, the Warlords are destroyed, and the time has come for the Doctor to be put on trial. Zoe and Jamie are forced to say goodbye. It's heartbreaking, horrendously bittersweet, as they say goodbye still with an air of hope around them, not knowing that when they return home, they'll have no memories of their adventures with the Doctor. The Doctor sees his best friends forget him, and he's forced to continue on. He stands trial, making a case that while he has broken the cardinal sin of his people by interfering in history and the actions of alien races, he has done so for a good reason, to fight against evil, and the Time Lords accept his plea. The Doctor almost doesn't believe it, until he hears the rest, that he will be forced to change his face yet again, to regenerate. Before he has any time to protest, before he has any time to do anything, he is sent out flying into the black void, screaming in terror. Holy shit, that's haunting. The Time Lords are terrifying in this initial appearance. They're all powerful, and while they may seem calm, they are brutal. You can instantly see why the Doctor, such a naturally curious person, wished to run away from such a horrifically boring regime. And their punishment is so cruel. Poor Jamie, poor Zoe. To have those memories, those adventures that advanced them so much as people, taken away from them, it's harrowing. And the Doctor regenerates too. Or does he? Okay guys, stay with me here. Usually, the comics try to fit in line with more or less what the show is doing. Jamie is introduced in the comics, they brush over the regeneration. A lot of this stuff can more or less fit together. And strangely enough, that remains the case even after this episode. Remember what I said, the gap between season 6 and 7 is large, larger than any that came before, but the comics still had to go on. They needed to be made weekly, and even though they probably could have gotten away with not mentioning the events of the War Games, or even implying that these adventures take place before that, what they did was something very different. The second Doctor survived his regeneration, or at least It didn't happen like it did in the show. This ending is ambiguous enough that anything could have happened, and the comics take full advantage of this. They reference the event multiple times. The story arc of the comic has the Doctor reuniting with Jamie, then putting him back, then evading the Time Lords altogether. And this is simply because, in this regeneration from the second to third Doctor, we do not see the regeneration of the Doctor. There is no third Doctor here. I don't see him. Spoiler alert, when the third Doctor does show up, he's wearing completely different clothes. He's stumbling out of the TARDIS. How did he get in the TARDIS? Something happened between these two stories, and I think I know what. The Nightwalkers is the true regeneration story of the second Doctor. It is the only time we actually see a regeneration occur, and it takes place in the comics. See what I mean? I told you these comics were important. The Doctor is lured in by strange happenings on Earth. A talk show talking about strange scarecrows. The Doctor goes to investigate, and the scarecrows come alive. They're not just regular heaps of straw, and they take the Doctor away. They are Time Lords, and they're here to ensure the Doctor regenerates. The TARDIS is programmed to fly off to somewhere else on Earth. We see the last moments of Patrick Troughton's Doctor. And I wonder what will happen next.
Yep, who follows William Hartnell and Patrick Troughton? Apart from Mrs. Hartnell and Mrs. Troughton, I mean, you know, in a nice way.
Christian Dior.
Why did you say that?
Hartnell's.
Oh yes, I see. You
associated
just
with
rang a bell.
clothing.
No, that won't do. Smertz's no? No, you don't.
No, Peter Sawyer.
Peter Sawyer, why did you say that?
Well, they were on somebody's grey mare, weren't they?
I don't think Patrick Troughton or William Hartnell ever been on grey mares. They've kept it pretty quiet. John Pertwee, he's going to be the third Doctor Who in that long-running what-to-know.
After all was said and done, John Pertwee stepped into the fray, being cast as the third incarnation of Doctor Who. Here's where stuff gets crazy, folks, because John Pertwee lived a crazy life. First being born in London in 1919, John Pertwee later served in the Royal Navy, similarly to Patrick Troughton, and yes, by served, I do mean in the Second World War. His ship was sunk, and he was one of only 4 who survived. He had just been transferred shortly before, and afterwards, he worked as a spy, and by spy, I literally mean he was the blueprint for James Bond. You think I'm joking? I am not. John Pertwee taught commandos Secret Service skills and attended regular meetings with Winston Churchill. This line of work caused him to come in contact with one Ian Fleming, and he, alongside another name you might recognize, became sort of inspirations for the main character of one of his later spy novels. Okay, I know this came out of nowhere, but can we just agree that John Pertwee is fucking badass? He's a fucking badass, bro. And that is why I can safely say, without a shadow of a doubt, that this Doctor, Doctor number 3, is the GOAT. He is personally my favorite. I just love John Pertwee. I love this era. I love all the gadgets, all the fighting. It's just awesome, man. I think it's amazing. And also in my research, I found out that he was in the circus too. I love him. The third Doctor was a drastic shift from the second, and I think you can see that for yourself simply from the change in silhouette. The third Doctor's costume is unique and a key part to understanding his character. It was also picked out by John Pertwee. He's a man out of time, a figure of authority and sophistication, but clearly alien and stands out like a sore thumb. The third Doctor is both serious and a little silly, but played completely straight throughout. He's a master of Venusian Aikido. He wears the frills out of an Edwardian drama, and his first Doctor. And I wonder what will happen next.
Yep, who follows William Hartnell and Patrick Troughton? Apart from Mrs. Hartnell and Mrs. Troughton, I mean, you know, in a nice way.
Christian Dior.
Why did you say that?
Hartnell's.
Oh yes, I see. You
associated
just rang a
with
bell.
clothing.
No, that won't do. Smertz's no? No, you don't.
No, Peter Sawyer.
Peter Sawyer, why did you say that?
Well, they were on somebody's grey mare, weren't they?
I don't think Patrick Troughton or William Hartnell ever been on grey mares. They've kept it pretty quiet. John Pertwee, he's going to be the third Doctor Who in that long-running what-to-know.
After all was said and done, John Pertwee stepped into the fray, being cast as the third incarnation of Doctor Who. Here's where stuff gets crazy, folks, because John Pertwee lived a crazy life. First being born in London in 1919, John Pertwee later served in the Royal Navy, similarly to Patrick Troughton, and yes, by served, I do mean in the Second World War. His ship was sunk, and he was one of only 4 who survived. He had just been transferred shortly before, and afterwards, he worked as a spy, and by spy, I literally mean he was the blueprint for James Bond. You think I'm joking? I am not. John Pertwee taught commandos Secret Service skills and attended regular meetings with Winston Churchill. This line of work caused him to come in contact with one Ian Fleming, and he, alongside another name you might recognize, became sort of inspirations for the main character of one of his later spy novels. Okay, I know this came out of nowhere, but can we just agree that John Pertwee is fucking badass? He's a fucking badass, bro. And that is why I can safely say, without a shadow of a doubt, that this Doctor number 3, is the GOAT. He is personally my favorite. I just love John Pertwee. I love this era. I love all the gadgets, all the fighting. It's just awesome, man. I think it's amazing. And also in my research, I found out that he was in the
charcoal and he's fucked, bro. What I'm supposed to do with this shit? No, not that. Anything but that. I'll put it on. We're gonna try to. There's no way I get a charcoal, right? There's just no way. I need charcoal. I need one charcoal. No. Yes. Yes. We're gonna win. Dude, I need one charcoal. Yes. 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 Monster is too strong. Monster dragons too. Imagine if I could get 5 dragons. I'd have to go with a dragon. I need a ground type though. That's what I need. I need red. What do we do now? What do we do now? I never got this far, bro. Appling? I don't want this. lobby now. Oh my god. So they're gonna work together, these two, actually. So hopefully, they died. I was like, hopefully he freezes them and then we get some executions on. Oh, come on, guys. Come on. No! 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 Yes! Oh no, it's up to Mawa. 3v1. Aqua Egg, Razor Fang. Aqua Egg, Bruh. I can't find anything. Yo, oh, it's PvE. We're good. Bro. Blue orb? Blue orb? Unheeded. Oh, what? We'll put the blue orb on. Dude, we won. Oh my gosh, I beat this lobby. Let's go. Let's go. Monster is kind of nasty, dude. Groudon monster. That was kind of nasty. With a Gibble. With the with 3 dragon. They're just pure monsters. The Aggron's really good. No cap, Aggron's really good. Wait. Special damage adjacent opponents gain shield. The more max HP the user has, the greater ability power. Interesting. Dude, we cooked. We cooked. We cooked. Lowest elo in the lobby. Lowest elo in the lobby. I got my freaking elo back. Plus 20 elo. We cooked. They couldn't stop me, bro. Aggron's real nasty, actually. Just give it the Pokédoll, Gardenia. Mawile was really good too. I made it my range carry with the scope lens. That was smart. And then I was trying to get 5 dragon, but it wasn't happening. So I just went all in on the monsters. It's a good thing I did because I got Groudon, Ground. We started playing some Grounds, bro. I was able to upgrade Graveler into like a real ground type. This is nasty. The Fairy 16 was nasty too. Ground, bro. And with all the ground, Groudon was able to scale. And that should help towards the there's a title I want. Nah. Where is it? It should be win a game. It's win a game, win a rank match. It should be win a match with the lowest elo. What? Win a game by rolling less than 20 times. Yeah, here it is. Win a ranked match with 8 players while having the lowest elo. I've done it twice now. 11 wins. This thing is really good to me too. Artificial Dragon, Monster Ground. Yeah, these are my synergies, bro. We topped, bro. We finally topped. I finally topped. Look how much elo I gained, dude. That lobby didn't know what hit him, baby. Alright, we gotta go back to subtitling this video. Not subtitling. What are we doing? Time stamping. We're time stamping this video. Damn, I cook so hard.
Circus 2. I love him. The third Doctor was he's a fucking badass, bro. And that is why I can safely say, without a shadow of a doubt, that this Doctor, Doctor number 3, is the GOAT. He is personally my favorite. I just love Jon Pertwee. I love this era. I love all the gadgets, all the fighting. It's just awesome, man. I think it's amazing. And also in my research, I found out that he was in the Circus too. I love him. The third Doctor was a drastic shift from the second, and I think you can see that.
No, you don't.
No, Peter Sawyer.
Peter Sawyer, why did you say that?
Well, they were on somebody's grey mare, weren't they?
I don't think Patrick Troughton or William Hartnell ever been on grey mares. They've kept it pretty quiet. Jon Pertwee, he's going to be the third Doctor Who in that long-running what's-her-name.
After all was said and done, Jon Pertwee stepped into the fray, being cast as the third incarnation of Doctor Who. Here's where stuff gets crazy, folks, because Jon Pertwee lived a crazy life. First being born in London in 1919, Jon Pertwee later served in the Royal Navy, similarly to Patrick Troughton, and yes, by served, I do mean in the Second World War. His ship was sunk, and he was one of only 4 who survived. He had just been transferred shortly before, and afterwards, he worked as a spy, and by spy, I literally mean he was the blueprint for James Bond. You think I'm joking? I'm not. Jon Pertwee taught commandos Secret Service skills and attended regular meetings with Winston Churchill. This line of work caused him to come in contact with one Ian Fleming, and he, alongside another name you might recognize, became sort of inspirations for the main character of one of his later spy novels. Okay, I know this came out of nowhere, but can we just agree that Jon Pertwee is fucking badass? He's a fucking badass, bro. And that is why I can safely say, without a shadow of a doubt, that this Doctor, Doctor number 3, is the GOAT. He is personally my favorite. I just love Jon Pertwee. I love this era. I love all the gadgets, all the fighting. It's just awesome, man. I think it's amazing. And also in my research, I found out that he was in the Circus too. I love him. The third Doctor was a drastic shift from the second, and I think you can see that for yourself simply from the change in silhouette. The third Doctor's costume is unique and a key part to understanding his character. It was also picked out by Jon Pertwee. He's a man out of time, a figure of authority and sophistication, but clearly alien and stands out like a sore thumb. The third Doctor is both serious and a little silly, but played completely straight throughout. He's a master of Venusian Aikido. He wears the frills out of an Edwardian drama. In his first story, Spearhead from Space, he finds himself stranded on the little blue planet. Quatermass was a British science fiction television show that released in 1953. Well, the first 3 parts did. The 4th part we can forget about because that was much later. Quatermass was highly influential on Doctor Who, although its creator infamously stated his dislike of the program. Maybe that's because they totally ripped him off. I mean, I can't blame him. But you know what they say, from derivativeness comes success. Quatermass follows Bernard Quatermass, a British scientist who works in the British Experimental Rocket Group and constantly finds himself facing off against sinister alien forces that threaten to take over the planet, which is basically the whole plot of the Third Doctor's era of the show.
If you go, I mean, I hadn't really noticed this until quite recently when I rewatched the wonderful Hammer movie of Quatermass in the Pit. It is the Pertwee era. It really is. Julian Glover is playing exactly the same character as the Brigadier, only as Colonel Green. And the relationship between the two of them is John Pertwee and Nicholas Courtney. It just is. If you go and look at it, you can't miss it.
Thanks guys, but I didn't ask. The allusions are obvious and kind of tongue-in-cheek. It is ironic that the creator would voice distaste for Doctor Who when Quatermass is canon in Doctor Who. The British Experimental Rocket Group are name-dropped, and frequently, even all the way up to 2007, it was referenced throughout. In fact, jumping ahead for a second, the Lazarus Experiment episode literally takes its name from the Quatermass experiment, and it's almost a remake of that exact same series. It's canon, guys, it's canon. But don't worry, I won't bore you with all that admittedly pretty cool series of genre-defining stories, and instead I will just talk about Spearhead from Space. Woohoo! Due to a strike at the BBC, and don't worry, we'll be hearing about a lot of those, Doctor Who was unable to film anything. Yes, the whole thing was shut down. So if they wanted to make anything at all, the production crew was forced to film everything on location. This is actually a blessing in disguise though, because it meant that the whole story nowadays looks gorgeous. And the main reason behind this is the fact that the whole thing is shot on film. Now, I won't pretend to be an expert on this because A, I'm not, and B, there is a whole subsection of this fandom that not only are experts, but also really care about the accuracy of 720i and 50i and digibeta and a bunch of other words I'm too stupid to truly understand. And to those people in the audience, I'm sorry, but I will try and give the brief rundown, at least to the best of my ability. Classic Doctor Who is usually shot on either film cameras or studio cameras. Studio cameras are, big shocker, used in the really care about stories, and instead I will just talk about Spearhead from Space. Woohoo! Due to a strike at the BBC, and don't worry, we'll be hearing about a lot of those, Doctor Who was unable to film anything. Yes, the whole thing was shut down. So if they wanted to make anything at all, the production crew was forced to film everything on location. This is actually a blessing in disguise though, because it meant that the whole story nowadays looks gorgeous. And the main reason behind this is the fact that the whole thing is shot on film. Now, I won't pretend to be an expert on this because A, I'm not, and B, there is a whole subsection of this fandom that not only are experts, but also really care about the accuracy of 720i and 50i and digibeta and a bunch of other words I'm too stupid to truly understand. And to those people in the audience, I'm sorry, but I will try and give the brief rundown, at least to the best of my ability. Classic Doctor Who is usually shot on either film cameras or studio cameras. Studio cameras are, big shocker, used in the studios, and film cameras are used on location, generally. Exceptions, I know you're writing your comments, but just, this is a long video. Now, the thing about film is that it can be upscaled kind of forever, basically. Whereas a lot of the studio stuff, while being generally cleaner, I don't know, it also kind of has limitations. This is just a me thing, but I think Doctor Who shot on film genuinely looks beautiful. All of my favorite sequences from the original show are shot on film, and Spearhead from Space naturally benefits this, especially on future HD re-releases. But also the audio sucks because they weren't in a studio.
The doctor?
Yes, sir. He says you know him.
How the devil did he find this place?
Your mystery man with the police box?
Yes.
I don't know, I kind of like it. Adds verisimilitude. Spearhead from Space begins with a shower of meteorites landing in rural England. And this guy's very worried about it. And we're in colour! Yes, in 1970, colour was finally invented, which means the whole world was no longer black and white. Jokes aside, colour televisions were now a little bit more common. Not everywhere, but still common enough. And so the BBC forked up the cash for colour television shows to start being produced. And that included Doctor Who. The TARDIS lands in a forest, and the Doctor stumbles and falls into the undergrowth. He's taken to a hospital, who quickly discover that he has 2 hearts? First time that's mentioned. And so they get in touch with a special organization. We know them, we love them, it's UNIT. Led by the Brigadier, we are introduced to the UNIT from before, this time through the eyes of one Liz Shaw, one of my favorite companions ever, and the new scientific advisor. Hey! Genuinely though, she is great. If you are a Lizzer, leave it in the comments below, man. Hashtag Lizzer. We're going places, man, trust. They head over to meet the Doctor and are shocked to find a total stranger, but a total stranger who nonetheless recognizes the Brigadier. The new Doctor has a bout of post-regenerative trauma, but after getting shot with a blank, he gets over it and is quickly back in the middle of the action. He steals some clothes and a car and heads to Unit HQ to solve the mystery of the plastics factory. You see, there's this creepy ass guy is hypnotizing everyone and makes these plastic things. They're called autons. Boom, big reveal right there. No offense to everyone, but I just gotta say it, this is one of the best stories of all time. Introduced here are the Nestine Consciousness, a formless entity, we're getting a lot of those recently, that has the telepathic ability to control plastic. They use this ability to mobilize these autons and have them kill people in cold blood. It's sick, man, it's terrifying. Shop window dummies activate all over England and storm the high streets. It's just iconic, man. I think you can see why this was such a hit, because yes, spoiler alert, it was a massive hit. The Doctor and Unit go to the plastics factory, have a big fight, the Doctor kills the Nestine and finds himself becoming the all-new scientific advisor for Unit under the name John Smith. It's peak. So the Doctor is trapped, exiled to Earth. The TARDIS won't let him go, he's forgotten the secret to piloting it, and now he's forced to get a regular job like the rest of us. Well, not exactly like the rest of us. The premise here is quickly established. He's going to be working with Unit. Aliens are going to try invade the planet, and he's going to stop them in a way totally unlike anything in Doctor Who before. It's almost a totally new television show. There is still a little bit of holdover in Unit, but this marks the first clean cut in terms of eras. There is little crossover here, and the entire format and premise of the show has changed to something unrecognizable, but also something awesome. Doctor Who had evolved yet again, not only due to the production difficulties of creating new planets and space stations every week, but also due to genuine stylistic preferences and audience behavior. It's what the people wanted to see, it's what the creatives wanted to make, and it also just so happened to be a hell of a lot cheaper. It's a win-win-win! Spoiler alert, the show would continue to change demonstrably going forward, but let's talk about that when we get there. Next up is the Silurians. I mean, Doctor Who and the Silurians. People trying to say his name ain't Doctor Who. Here, a few more things are introduced. The titular Silurians, they're going to be showing up again, and the third Doctor's vehicle of choice, Bessie, the bright yellow car. Bessie is a super special car and will always remain one of the Doctor's closest friends. And also, the Silurians are lizards from the past. They were the previous rulers of the planet, but went into stasis when they saw an asteroid approaching Earth. The asteroid would later hit the Earth and then become the moon. And now they're awake. Awesome. You can all get together and meet up and oh, they're dead. Well, that didn't last long. Next story. The Ambassadors of Death is a frankly awesome tale. That is a tiny, just a tiny little bit too long. Or not long enough? Question mark? It's still cool though. Spy, espionage, space travel thriller. It's really cool, actually. It's also got a unique title sequence. The Ambassadors of Death. Spoilers, they're from Mars. Inferno caps off season 7, which might make you think that this season's actually pretty short.
What if At least we made money. If we could beat this guy, that would be crazy if we beat this guy. What is this guy running, bro? What is this guy running? What the hell? We need those Pikachus. Am I dumb? Why did I sell the Pikachu?
but then you realize all of the episodes are 7 parts long, and then you're like, oh. Top one in the film. Ooh, I get it. Also, we go to an alternate dimension. Again, we have a contender for best of all time here, with the Doctor finding himself at an experimental drilling project. A group of scientists who are trying to drill their way to the center of the Earth. This can only end poorly, and it does, with a special green ooze that looks suspiciously like washing up liquid, infecting certain people, turning them into primoids. Primoids? Primords? I prefer primoid. Anyway, as shown in the previous story, the Doctor is now doing experiments on the TARDIS console to see if he can use it to travel around, even when not actually inside the TARDIS. And while doing one of these little exercises, he finds himself transported to an alternate dystopia, where all the characters we know and love have been switched and become opposites of themselves. Liz's beautiful hair is gone. Actually, yeah, it's still nice. I can't really say anything about that. And the Brigadier has an eye patch. Dun dun dun. The alternate world ends up destroying itself in one big inferno. Wink. And the Doctor returns just in the nick of time to stop the same thing from happening in our world. It's actually a perfect story, and somehow, even at 7 parts long, not only manages to stay incredibly well paced, it also manages to have some of the best cliffhangers in the show's history. So good! Which leads us on to season 8. Already, Caroline John was pregnant and so had to leave the show, but this seemed to be fortuitous, as the creatives in charge also wanted a new companion. Speaking of creatives, there had been yet another shift, as Derek Sherwin had stepped out sometime early in the production of season 7, and season 8 saw Barry Letts and Terrence Dicks take full control of the program. And no surprises here, I love it. I think they do an absolutely incredible.
Who's shocked I missed season 7?
Audience, I'm sorry, but I will try and give the brief rundown, at least to the best of my ability. Classic Doctor Who is usually shot on either film cameras or studio cameras. Studio a little bit more common, not everywhere, but still common enough. And so the BBC forked up the cash for colour television shows to start being produced. And that included Doctor Who. The TARDIS lands in a forest, and the Doctor stumbles and falls into the undergrowth. He's taken to a hospital, who quickly discover that he has 2 hearts? First time that's mentioned. And so they get in touch with a special organisation. We know them, we love them, it's UNIT. Led by the Brigadier, we are introduced to the unit from before, this time through the eyes of one Liz Shaw, one of my favourite companions ever, and the new scientific advisor. Wahey! Genuinely though, she is great. If you are a Lizzer, leave it in the comments below, man. Hashtag Lizzer. We're going places, man. Trust. They head over to meet the Doctor and are shocked to find a total stranger, but a total stranger who nonetheless recognizes the Brigadier. The new Doctor has a bout of post-regenerative trauma, but after getting shot with a blank, he gets over it and is quickly back in the middle of the action. He steals some clothes and a car and heads to Unit HQ to solve the mystery of the plastics factory. You see, there's this creepy ass guy is hypnotizing everyone and makes these plastic things. They're called autons. Boom, big reveal right there. No offense to everyone, but I just gotta say it, this is one of the best stories of all time. Introduced here are the Nestine Consciousness, a formless entity, we're getting a lot of those recently, that has the telepathic ability to control plastic. They use this ability to mobilize these autons and have them kill people in cold blood. It's sick, man, it's terrifying. Shop window dummies activate all over England and storm the high streets. It's just iconic, man. I think you can see why this was such a hit, because yes, spoiler alert, it was a massive hit. The Doctor and Unit go to the plastics factory, have a big fight, the Doctor kills the Nestine and finds himself becoming the all-new scientific advisor for UNIT under the name John Smith. It's peak. So the Doctor is trapped, exiled to Earth. The TARDIS won't let him go, he's forgotten the secret to piloting it, and now he's forced to get a regular job like the rest of us. Well, not exactly like the rest of us. The premise here is quickly established. He's going to be working with UNIT. Aliens are going to try and invade the planet, and he's going to stop them in a way totally unlike anything in Doctor Who before. It's almost a totally new television show. There is still a little bit of holdover in UNIT, but this marks the first clean cut in terms of eras. There is little crossover here, and the entire format and premise of the show has changed to something unrecognizable, but also something awesome. Doctor Who had evolved yet again, not only due to the production difficulties of creating new planets and space stations every week, but also due to genuine stylistic preferences and audience behavior. It's what the people wanted to see, it's what the creatives wanted to make, and it also just so happened to be a hell of a lot cheaper. It's a win-win-win. Spoiler alert, the show would continue to change demonstrably going forward, but let's talk about that when we get there. Next up is the Silurians. I mean, Doctor Who and the Silurians. People trying to say his name ain't Doctor Who. Like, what? Here a few more things are introduced. The titular Silurians, they're going to be showing up again, and the third Doctor's vehicle of choice, Bessie the bright yellow car. Bessie is a super special car and will always remain one of the Doctor's closest friends. And also, the Silurians are lizards from the past. They were the previous rulers of the planet, but went into stasis when they saw an asteroid approaching Earth. The asteroid would later hit the Earth and then become the moon. And now they're awake. Awesome. You can all get together and meet up and oh, they're dead. Well, that didn't last long. Next story. The Ambassadors of Death is a frankly awesome tale. That is a tiny, just a tiny little bit too long. Or not long enough? Question mark? It's still cool though. Spy, espionage, space travel, thriller. It's really cool, actually. It's also got a unique title sequence. The Ambassadors of Death. Spoilers, they're from Mars. Inferno caps off season 7, which might make you think that this season's actually pretty short, but then you realize all of the episodes are 7 parts long, and then you're like, oh, I get it. Also, we go to an alternate dimension. Again, we have a contender for best of all time here, with the Doctor finding himself at an experimental drilling project. A group of scientists who are trying to drill their way to the center of the Earth. Frankly, awesome tale. That is a tiny, just a tiny little bit too long. Or not long enough? Question mark? It's still cool though. Spy, espionage, space travel, thriller. It's really cool, actually. It's also got a unique title sequence. The Ambassadors of Death. Spoilers, they're from Mars. Inferno caps off season 7, which might make you think that this season's actually pretty short, but then you realize all of the episodes are 7 parts long, and then you're like, oh, I get it. Also, we go to an alternate dimension. Again, we have a contender for best of all time here, with the Doctor finding himself at an experimental drilling project. A group of scientists who are trying to drill their way to the center of the Earth. This can only end poorly, and it does, with a special green ooze that looks suspiciously like washing up liquid, infecting certain people, turning them into primoids. Primoids? Primords? I prefer primoid. Anyway, as shown in the previous story, the Doctor is now doing experiments on the TARDIS console to see if he can use it to travel around, even when not actually inside the TARDIS. And while doing one of these little exercises, he finds himself transported to an alternate dystopia, where all the characters we know and love have been switched and become opposites of themselves. Liz's beautiful hair is gone. Actually, yeah, it's still nice. I can't really say anything about that. And the Brigadier has an eye patch. Dun dun dun. The alternate world ends up destroying itself in one big inferno, wink, and the Doctor returns just in the nick of time to stop the same thing from happening in our world. It's actually a perfect story, and somehow, even at 7 parts long, not only manages to stay incredibly well paced, it also manages to have some of the best cliffhangers in the show's history. Man, so good! Which leads us on to season 8. Already, Caroline John was pregnant and so had to leave the show, but this seemed to be fortuitous, as the creatives in charge also wanted a new companion. Speaking of creatives, there had been yet another shift, as Derek Sherwin had stepped out sometime early in the production of season 7, and season 8 saw Barry Letts and Terrence Dicks take full control of the program. And no surprises here, I love it. I think they do an absolutely incredible job. If Spearhead from Space is the pilot, this is the real thing. Terror of the Autons, in my opinion, is the most underrated story of all time. It's definitely in my top 5, and no one ever talks about it, which is insane because this story is historic. Throughout season 7, the creatives in charge had joked about how the Third Doctor's dynamic with the Brigadier was very similar to that of Sherlock Holmes and John Watson. But as the new year brought new opportunities, the writers for season 8 took that idea and they ran with it and came to the logical conclusion that if the Doctor was Holmes, then he needed a Moriarty. Enter Roger Delgado. Born in 1918, Roger Delgado was a bona fide villain on TV. He was actually a really nice guy in real life. He even appeared on Quatermass. He was a master at playing evil, and so he was picked to be just that, the Master, a renegade Time Lord and nemesis of the Doctor. They were friends once, but the Master has lost his way, having become corrupt and evil and motivated only by the pursuit of power and destruction. This story is kind of just an improved version of Spearhead from Space. Introduced here is the Doctor's new companion, Jo Grant, played by the spectacular Katie Manning, who brings to life one of, if not the best Doctor Who companion. She is so good and has a real arc in not just this story, as she proves herself constantly to the people who doubt her, even the audience, but also in the show as a whole over the 3 seasons that she features in. She really grows. But even before she has, she is an incredible character and one people really need to put some more respect on the name of. I'm being so for real, guys. Jo Grant is that girl. It's strange. Terror of the Autons is the first episode of Jon Pertwee's second season, but already we are seeing a soft reboot of sorts, and that's after the hard reboot of the previous year. Gone are the gritty and depressing storylines, and in its place is more thriller-like action, gadgets, gizmos. Both styles are incredible, I think, but this one is a bit more refined. It also helps that the cast is just so good here. Firmly established is the unit family. The Doctor and the Brigadier at the top, Jo Grant and Captain Yates a bit below, and then our man Benton. Being everyone's favourites, he won our hearts. The story ends with the Nestine defeated and the Master escaping, which leads us on to the next story, The Mind of Evil. But not quite. You see, strangely enough, even though this story was released 1 week after Terror of the Autons, the episode The Mind of Evil takes place 2 years after that. Yes, for real. Thus begins the whole debacle that is the unit dating controversy. Riddle me this one, Batman. When do these episodes take place? Trick question, because nobody knows. Everything contradicts itself. Spoiler alert, in the future, it also contradicts itself. And as time has gone on, the only thing that seems constant is the fact that when exactly any of these episodes takes place in is a complete mystery. So basically no one knows and no one has any idea, and everything contradicts itself, and as time goes on, things only seem to get more confusing. So if you want to see me explain it more in detail, feel free to leave a comment down below and I'll get to work on another one of those Doctor Who's actual biggest unsolved mystery videos, because whoa Nelly, what a headache. The Mind of Evil is a belter of a story, harkening back to that grittier edge that earlier Third Doctor stories had, but still featuring the Master as the main antagonist. He wants to take this missile and explode the world. Starting World War III, but don't worry, he stopped in the nick of time. But he'll be back in the Claws of Axos. This was a very popular episode actually, featuring the titular Axons who come to Earth bearing gifts. Except, uh-oh, SpaghettiOs, they actually look like this, and they kill people. It ends with the Doctor and the Master teaming up together to defeat the threat, with the Master managing to retrieve his dematerialization circuit that the Doctor took all the way back in Terror of the Autons, and escaping at the very end of it for good this time. It ends with the Doctor trapping Axos in a time loop, sending them round and around forever, leading us cleanly on to Colony in Space. Space. Where's the colony? The Time Lords take control of the TARDIS, which they can do now, and take the Doctor and Jo to Arxarius, where there's a colony. It's in space, and the Master's there too. Shock horror. He's in every episode this season. He wants to use the Doomsday weapon to destroy the universe. And also introduced here is the all-new sonic screwdriver. And look at that, he actually has design now. Oh, that only took 3 years. Up next is the Daemons, which takes place in Devil's End, and the Master is in this one again. But don't fret, he gets captured at the end and sent off to prison. He spent the story trying to reawaken the demons, or daemons, from the planet Deimos, or Demos? I don't know. I actually think this is another contender for top 10 of all time. The stories this season are just so good, man. Which takes us to the end of season 8. Every story featured the Master, and every story's had him in some elaborate disguise. My favorite is probably...
Wait, our luck is going up crazy. Wunderbar! What? What happened to our background? Dude, the iron hair's cleaned up though. What happened to our background? Good shield, bro. Hey, let's go. We should have put it on him instead, maybe. We completely abandoned monster for artificial. should have grabbed something from him. I should have put it on him, but ground flying. Oh my gosh. Smoke ball, skull plans, moonstone. We can turn fairy on you. Smoke ball or skull plans is probably a little better though. Let's try smoke ball. We need to put it on this guy. Oh, he's going. How is he doing more damage? We want it on the Decidueye? We need it on a carry. Or on a artificial for the bonus. We need it on an artificial front line. He's doing good. We should just let him smoke ball. No, they're jumping my Decidueye. This is why I wanted to put smoke ball on him. Oh, he lived, but he died. It's a sandstorm. Yes, we're winning. Yes! 2 wins in one day. Yes. We're winning. We just want to. I need Aegislash. Oh my god, we're winning. Yes. I should have put him in the back, but he just would have walked out the window here. It's fine. Yeah, okay. He's promo pass protecting him. Look at the promo pass with the cast, bro. Promo pass is protecting him. Is my front line okay? Yes, we win. Oh my gosh, we're beating this guy. Dude, Artificial's so good. I love it. Come on. Aegis Slash. Aegis Slash. Aegis Slash. Aegis Slash. Aegis Slash. Aegis Slash. No. I don't know how else to help my guy here, bro. Do we just put him like this? I actually want him back here. No, they're leaving him. I'm scared for Decidueye, bro. I'm so scared for Decidueye. Oh my gosh. Please, guys, get him. Look at the Aegis, the Doublade. We win! Holy shit! Let's go! Dude, this team, I'm actually proud of this team. This team is hype. Dude, Artificial is my comp. Artificial is actually my comp. Oh my gosh, dude. Look at the damage. Look, everybody put in work. Everybody put in work. Damage bot. Doublade go crazy with the max revive. I love Artificial, dude. It's so fun. It's so fun building your team artificially. Yo, lowest elo in the lobby again. Actually, I wasn't the lowest elo in the lobby. I was pretty low though. Plus 19. Look at that with the baby start at Decidueye. Red orb, critting them. Decidueye, true damage in the back. That was clean gameplay, bro. Clean. And I grew berries in the middle to sustain me in the mid game with grass. That was clean. Crowvile helped me. That was so fun. I'm getting better.
Terror of the Autons, but overall this is either my first or second favorite season of all time. I feel like I just can't state it enough, but it is just so good. But with all that said, here's where things get interesting. Jon Pertwee's Doctor had been a massive success, and with the new decade came new opportunities for external media. Of course, the comics were still going strong, but there was also a chance for something more now. New avenues to take. And one of the first steps in that direction was The Making of Doctor Who, published by Piccolo Books. As you can imagine, this is a behind the scenes story that goes over how Doctor Who was made, which is all very well and good, and actually this book was very influential, going on to be the inspirations for many future Doctor Who writers. But what I want to shine a light on today is the fictional story that was included within it, because alongside a bunch of out of universe stuff, there is also a major lore drop here, including the Doctor's name. Yes, this is not a drill. Doctor Who's real name has been revealed, and it is partial derivative 6 cubed sigma x squared, or 63 DRA 2. What? Don't look at me. It's not meant to be pronounceable by human tongue, okay? The story within this book is titled The Trial of Doctor Who and includes an extended sequence at the end of the War Games that provides a recap of every story so far, going up to midway through Season 9. It's pretty cool, I think. But Doctor Who was on fire! Season 7 had proven to be a hit, and Season 8 had gone above and beyond. Jon Pertwee was the Doctor, and he was everywhere. There was an exhibition in the Science Museum. There was a special Doctor Who song, and thus began the Doctor Who novelizations. The Target novelizations, an initiative that would eventually see every original Doctor Who story recreated in book format. But first it started small. Initially there was just a release of the original Doctor Who in an excited adventure with the Daleks, and then the Crusades, and then the Zarbi, but eventually it would grow to be something far bigger. These books were arguably just as big as the show, because something you have to remember was that there was no television on demand. These shows went out once and never again. If you missed an episode, that's tough. So if you wanted to experience Doctor Who whenever you wanted, or to catch up on an episode that you missed, the novelizations were the best bet. And later on, when reruns did happen and stories started getting home releases, the novelizations were still important. There were novelized versions of the missing episodes, and arguably, they were better. Most novelizations are strictly the original episode, almost word for word, with most of them having been written with the original script close by. But there were some differences occasionally between them, and when those happen and they're notable, I will bring them up. But that's all the context. Let's move in to season 9. The Daleks are back. After a 5-season hiatus, 5 seasons without the Daleks, it's a miracle the show managed to survive. They are back with a bang. Day of the Daleks is one of those sleeper hit epics that guys, I love Doctor Who. Guerrilla fighters are sent from the future to interfere with the Sir Reginald Styles to stop him from putting in place a series of actions that would lead to the Dalek invasion of Earth. Again, how the Daleks survived their civil war in Skaro is not addressed, and that's likely because it hasn't happened yet, as I will explain in my eventual timeline of the Daleks that's coming later in this video. But the guerrillas are fought off by actual guerrillas called Ogrons, and they're run by the Candyman from Willy Wonka. This guy's a psycho! And of course, the Gold Dalek, and other two as well. They launch an attack on the house, and it's an epic confrontation, but the Doctor, he just disintegrated him. He don't give a fuck. But the Daleks were thankfully defeated, and that was that. Or was it?
First news of one of the missing Daleks was received here at East Dulwich Police Station shortly after 8 o'clock on Thursday night, just 3 hours after our dramatic Blue Peter SOS.
The Daleks were stolen. Yes, in real life.
What actually happened?
Well, about 8 o'clock yesterday evening, we had a phone call from a Mr. Harding of Champion Hill.
The props, they done got yoinked. Someone must have left them out in the open because they got stolen. And Blue Peter, another popular BBC show for young children that has a history of promoting Doctor Who, sent out an appeal, a broadcast, asking the British public for their help to retrieve the missing Daleks. It's funny, it could have ended all there. Those new Dalek props were expensive, man, and their theft might have dissuaded the BBC from using them ever again. But thankfully, they were recovered. I don't know why, but I just find this so fucking funny. Anyways, up next is the Curse of Peladon, and we're off world again. Today we are transported to Peladon, and the Ice Warriors are back, as is David Troughton, son of Patrick Troughton and common Doctor Who cameo. He plays the Prince of Peladon and basically is just an all-round fancy drama, but in space. It's great. There's Agador, the Beast Below, Alpha Centauri, who Blue Peter have a guide on how you can make out of toilet rolls. I actually did that, by the way. But with all that said, we move on to the Sea Devils. The Master's back and in prison, but not for long, because of course not for long. Somehow or other he has taken over the prison and is attempting to revitalize the Sea Devils, aquatic cousins to the Silurians who apparently just seem to be called Sea Devils. Not a very nice name. I love the design. I love the imagery of them coming out of the water, and as always, the Master's inclusion here, it just makes every story better. Additionally, here is the introduction of the Doctor's catchphrase, I reverse the polarity of the neutron flow, a phrase which by all accounts means very little. And of course, the Doctor and the Master have their iconic sword fight duel. Their relationship in this episode is just perfect. And it ends with the Master having escaped for good. Who knows what he's up to? I wonder if we'll see him again. Wink. Up next is The Mutants, which is an allegory. It's basically Colony in Space 2, except worse. Which doesn't make it bad, by the way, but it's probably the weakest of the Pertwee stories. It's just a little derivative and doesn't have the Master in it. But luckily the Master is in The Time Monster, the finale to season 9 and the reintroduction of Atlantis. Well, hey, we're back in Atlantis, except it's completely different. At this point, Doctor Who just didn't care about contradicting itself. The show had basically no canon at this point. Atlantis is destroyed. We've been to Atlantis. We've been to Atlantis again, but different. Atlantis has been destroyed again and again and again. And again and again and again, but in a different way to before again. Just wave aside, man. Who the fuck cares? Focus on the funny stuff, like this real actual screenshot from the episode. Someone's messing with time. And it's the Master. You already know it's the Master. Warriors from all of Earth's history are summoned to fight units, and the Master goes to Atlantis to tame Kronos. I don't even fucking know what happens in this story. And also, we have a totally new TARDIS redesign. For the first time ever, the TARDIS interior changes, and it's alright. Some people really hate hated this. I don't mind it. But either way, it only stuck around for one story. And then we went back to the more regular design. But overall, this was a very good, fun story. And people hate on it far too much, in my opinion. You're not special, bro. And that's season 9, which, you know what that means. You know what that means. 10 years! 10-year anniversary, baby! We made it, folks. And you know what that means. 1973 began with the 3 Doctors, an episode 10 years in the making, and the crossing of the streams, as it were, for the first 3 incarnations of the Doctor. They're all here, everyone is here, and this one is a story for the ages. The Time Lords are under attack. Their energy is being drained through a black hole, and meanwhile, on Earth, the Doctor and units are battling against powerful aliens they have never seen before. It turns out the 2 events are connected, and the Time Lords, unable to do anything themselves, break the first and cardinal rule of time and employ the 2nd Doctor to help his future self. This story is just a dream come true. The 2nd and 3rd Doctor's dynamic is a joy to behold, and seeing how Benton and the Brig react to seeing the old Doctor again, it's just so good. The Brigadier sees the TARDIS for the first time, and we actually end up going through the black hole. No! Oh my god, it's just so good. I mean, how can you not love that? The 2nd and 3rd Doctor, with help from the 1st, find themselves in the dimension of Omega, a cosmic engineer and one of the greats of Time Lord society. He pulled suns into orbit around each other and created the Eye of Harmony. His advancements led to the creation of time travel and later TARDISes due to his mastery of dimensional engineering. But also, it led to his imprisonment in the antimatter dimension, the other side of the black hole, where he managed to survive by sheer willpower. This guy is a badass, and now he wants revenge. Revenge on the people who betrayed him and left him for dead, and he wants the Doctor to help him. But he is defeated when it is revealed that his time in the antimatter dimension has diminished his physical form. He is tricked by the 2nd Doctor's recorder into destroying himself and his domain, sending the Doctor and everyone else to Earth through this smoke thing. It's honestly one of the best stories of all time, and a prime example of how to do an anniversary special. All 3 eras, all 3 heroes coming together. It is just something truly special. Paul William Hartnell's role in this is not as large as the other 2, mostly due to the fact that he was very ill whilst filming and had to be absent for most of it. But he still looks over our 2 heroes like a guardian angel. He would pass a couple years later, but he was very proud of the direction the show took, and he gave his blessing to it and to everything that it would become going forward. Needless to say, Doctor Who had been a massive success. I mean, you could hardly get to 10 seasons otherwise, and it only seemed to be going up. Season 8 was the biggest season since Dalek Mania, and Season 10 was a contender for the biggest ever. Right after the 3 Doctors came Carnival of Monsters, an absolutely brilliant episode that happens to be the only appearance of the Cybermen in the 3rd Doctor's entire run. As a blink and you'll miss it cameo. Ian Marter is also in this one, we'll be seeing a lot more of him. And also there's the Trashigs, look at the little Trashigs. Which leads us on to Frontier in Space. Okay, I'll stop. Frontier in Space is a historic episode of the program because it marks not only the re-return of the Daleks, the re-return of the Master, the first ever Dalek and Master story, but also final appearance of Roger Delgado as the Master. Sadly, shortly after this, the actor would pass in a tragic car accident when his chauffeur-driven car ran off the road during the shoot for a separate international television program. This tragic loss of life sent shockwaves through Doctor Who. And the character of the Master would be quietly shelved for the next half-decade. This event would also lead to John Pertwee's eventual decision to leave the role. But instead of focusing on the disaster, I would like to take this opportunity to celebrate his triumph of a performance in not only this episode, which is, again, a contender for best of all time, but in general, every one of his appearances. The character of the Master is his, and I remain staunchly of the belief that he is the best to ever do it, and will always be the best to ever do it. He defined the character, suave and sophistication whilst remaining threatening, charismatic and cool, eternally and forever. Frontier in Space, in many ways, serves as the perfect culmination for his character, with his and Joe's dynamic coming to its logical conclusion here. He's manipulated the whole galaxy, pushing it to the brink of war between the humans and the unimaginably named Draconians, but you get the point. He does this thing using a fear frequency and the trusty Ogrons, and eventually his goal is to push the galaxy to a war so that the Daleks can come in and pick up the pieces. What a villain! With the Doctor being knocked out in a scuffle and sending a distress call to the Time Lords. Oh yeah, by the way, forgot to mention, but after the events of the Three Doctors, the Doctor can use the TARDIS again. In season 10, the Doctor is no longer earthbound, his exile having been lifted. He is now, finally, on good terms with his people. Things are looking up in the world. Also, fun fact, this story marks the first time in Doctor Who history, yes, actually, that the TARDIS lands where it's supposed to. 10 years in! Don't get any ideas though. He's still pretty bad at flying. Next up is Planet of the Daleks, which takes us to Spyridon, the planet of the Daleks? Spyridon is home to the Spyridons, who are invisible, and the Daleks want to take that invisibility and use it on their Dalek armies, because somewhere on this planet, there are 10,000 Daleks.
Well, somewhere on this planet, there are 10,000 Daleks.
Elite, the Doctor recovers and encounters a group of Thals. Remember Thals? And oh yeah, this is basically just a remake of the first Dalek story, except we're on Spyridon now and not Skaro. And there's also that invisibility gimmick. Terry Nation came back to write this one, and it is a classic. Good old strong stuff. That's what Terry Nation was known for. And also, one of these actors might be looking a little familiar. Doctor Who reusing actors, ho ho ho. Which leads us right on to the Green Death, the finale to season 10 and the exit of one Joe Grant. I'm not crying. You're crying. Captain Yates gets traumatized in this one. There's a bunch of maggots, and the villain is the computer. It is a genuine classic. And oh, it's set in Wales. I love Wales. All my homies love Wales. We be repping Wales always. Cliff Jones is from Wales. The ending to this story is iconic. The exit of Jo Grant and her farewell scene with the Doctor is one of the first legitimately heartbreaking moments in the entire program, and it hit the hearts of many a child across the whole nation. Also, the Doctor went to this weird ass place called Medabelis 3. Hope we won't be hearing from there anytime soon. 1974 saw the releases of a considerable amount of Target novelizations, mostly being season 7 and 8 stories. Notably, here, Jo Grant is introduced in Colony in Space and not Terror of the Autons, which is most decidedly odd, especially considering she is also in the Terror of the Autons novelization, meaning she is introduced 2 separate times. So which is it? Do these share continuity? Technically all of Doctor Who shares continuity. Season 11 saw Doctor Who skyrocket to even greater heights, and it begins with the Time Warrior. I know, I say this a lot, but it's my favorite era of the show, okay? I'm allowed. This is one of the best stories of all time. This episode is monumental for a multitude of factors. First of all, it establishes the name of the Doctor's home planet, Gallifrey. Second of all, it sees the introduction of the Sontarans, one of Doctor Who's most threatening and iconic monsters. And thirdly, and most importantly of all, sees the introduction of Doctor Who's objective best companion of all time, Sarah Jane Smith. She just sort of bumbles in and quickly establishes herself as the best Doctor Who companion ever. But I'm getting ahead of myself. This story marks the first pseudo-historical in Doctor Who, a formula that would prove much successful and take over from the regular pure historical episodes that the show used to make. These episodes were usually set in a historic part of human history, but focused more on the sci-fi element, with the alien interference. In this case, the titular Time Warrior links the Sontaran, because he's taken over Iron Grond's castle and is kidnapping scientists from the future, which is where the Doctor and Sarah are, to try and escape. Doctor and Sarah go back to stop him. They meet this archer, he kills him, he then plays Boba Fett because that's how things work, and bing bang bosh, the day is saved, which leads us on to Invasion. Invasion of the what? Invasion of the dinosaurs! Wonder what this one's about, folks. The dinosaurs have invaded, and it's all a ploy from evil climate activists. And Captain Yates is amongst them? Betrayal! This story is basically the opposite of the Green Death, except both stories are peak, so yeah. I just like funny dinosaurs, guys. You can't take this one away from me. The story ends with everything sorted, and the Doctor and Sarah are officially best buds. Let's go on more adventures! Specifically, let's go to Exelon. I hear the beaches are lovely. Death to the Daleks begins with the TARDIS TARDIS shutting down. Whoops. It appears exposure to the Citadel sucks away all power, including that of the TARDIS and that of the Daleks, leading to them getting blown up by sticks. The Daleks can be a bit silly sometimes, can't they? I say that, this is another Terry Nation masterclass, and I must say, as a kid, I love this one. And naturally, that means that I still love it now. That's how nostalgia works. This is one of my favorites. The sleek silver of their new design. The Daleks get special bullet guns here, and damn, they're just so cool. But after that is The Monster of Peladon, the sequel to The Curse of Peladon, and hey, the Ice Warriors are back, as is Alpha Centauri. Alpha Centauri, my beloved, I love her. This one is actually really underrated. I think it's a fun time, even if it is probably the second least popular story of the Third Doctor's run, mostly due to the fact that people think it isn't as good as the first one, which I find debatable, but even if Curse is better, who cares? We just get both. But after that, we are led into Planet of the Spiders, the return to Metebelis 3. I knew it would be important, and the final episode of the Third Doctor. There is a lot at play here, but first of all, speaking of plays, after this episode came out but before the next one did, a special play was ran, a performance called Doctor Who and the Daleks in the Seven Keys to Doomsday, a special story in which the Fourth Doctor, who isn't actually the Fourth Doctor and is instead played by Trevor Martin, has to track down the Seven Keys to Khan in a mixture of the original Dalek story, the Macra Terror, and the Keys of Marinus. What a strange piece of Doctor Who history. He is accompanied by Jenny and Jimmy, new companions original to the stage play, with Jenny being played by old companion actress Wendy Padbury, who played Zoe. What is going on? Not much is known about this story, but the Dalek Emperor is apparently in it, and elements of it would be salvaged in the future, so I mean, it's cool, I guess. Anyway, back to Planet of the Spiders. We're back on Earth, and the Doctor and the Brigadier are just having a fun night out together. I unironically love this sequence, okay? It shows how strong the relationship between the Doctor and the unit family has gotten. Before, he wanted to leave Earth as soon as possible, but now he stays even when he doesn't have to. His life still revolves around Earth, and he's still helping the Brigadier when he needs him. They're on the lookouts for psychics because, actually, yeah, I should probably explain this. Psychics, people who have psychic powers, like regular humans who are telepathic, are just happen to be a thing. You know, they exist in the Doctor Who universe. Some people are just born like that. It's a really low-key thing that no one really talks about, but it just keeps popping up again and again, that people are psychic in Doctor Who. I mean, I suppose it is what it is. I mean, I think it's cool. But sadly, this particular psychic, who has a killer bow tie, dies in the unit headquarters after getting a premonition about spiders on Metebelis 3. And sure enough, there are spiders on Metebelis 3, trying to get back the crystal the Doctor took in the Green Death. And they're using a Buddhist wellness center to do it. I mean, a bit strange, but if it works, with them infiltrating the minds of this weird cult thing to try and kill Mike Yates and Sarah. Basically, the writer got really into Buddhism and wanted to write a story about it. The head of the retreat is Campo, who turns out to be the Doctor's teacher. Over the years, we had gotten hints at Doctor Who's home planet. First, we learn its color: orange sky, silver leaves, sand everywhere. The Doctor gives quite a beautiful speech about it in the Time Monster, and then after that, we find out its name. We now know it's called Gallifrey. But now, in Planet of the Spiders, we learn more about the Doctor's upbringing. And then Campo dies, regenerates, and I think that sets the scene for what's about to happen in the rest of the story. This story is action. It's action from the word go, with one of the episodes genuinely being a 20-minute long chase scene along roads, sky, and sea. It is epic! And the crowning achievement of this epicness is the iconic Doctor Who's Whomobile. Yes, it is fucking real, and yes, it can fucking fly. This is literally the coolest thing ever. It's never getting cooler than this, folks. So yes, Doctor Who has a Whomobile. But do you know what's even better? John Pertwee having a Whomobile. Yes, it is real. The Whomobile was a real car, and it was genuinely driven around by John Pertwee. This was his car in real life. He went on many a show, many a tour to showcase his new whip, and holy, the world is not ready for this level of swag. By the way, that's Peter Purvis from earlier. Remember him? When I was a kid and I watched this, I did not know that his real name was Peter. I thought the show was called Peter. So when he said, "Hello, Peter, I thought he meant like, hello, Blue Peter. like that's what you said to everyone? Why am I even talking about this? Either way, the third Doctor is put in a no-win scenario and is forced to sacrifice himself to stop the Great One, the largest spider in the world, who even has Sarah trapped in her web of lies and manipulation. One of the most iconic images of the whole show, by the way. But the Doctor dies. He is poisoned by the radiation of the crystal and barely manages to return to Earth before collapsing on the cold, hard floor. And yeah, I wasn't lying. The Doctor dies. For real. He is dead until Campo reappears beside him. He explains that while the Doctor is actually dead, he can help to advance the process. The Doctor just needed a bit of help with his regeneration, and Campo gives him that push. The man disappears again before the Brigadier can ask even a question, and the Doctor changes once more. John Pertwee's time on the show is finished, and Tom Baker's is just beginning. Thomas Stewart Baker was born on the 20th of January 1934 in Liverpool, England. Let me tell you, this guy had a crazy life. Raised by his mother for most of his life, Tom Baker left school at 15 to become a monk. Seriously. But he left afterwards when he realised he wasn't really suited for it, and instead picked up an acting hobby when he served in the Navy. I'm beginning to notice a theme here. He soon took up acting as a career, and for the first couple decades, there were ups and there were downs. In particular, one of his major ups was as the main antagonist in The Golden Voyage of Sinbad, and one of his major downs was, at the same time, working on a building site as a brick hauler. In fact, he was dubbed Boiler Suit Tom after he had to be given out old studio clothes to put on over his regular clothes on some Pursuit of Happiness type shit. It was while working on this building site that he put in his name to be considered for Doctor Who. He sat up late at night feeling sorry for himself, and I mean, I gotta be honest, he kinda deserved to feel sorry for himself. If you've read the stories, he makes it seem nicer in spoken recounts, but damn, yeah, he had it rough, man. And by a stroke of luck, he became Doctor Who, hey. It was gonna be difficult for Tom Baker to take over. While the concept of regeneration was now firmly established in the DNA of the show, and audiences were ready and willing for a new star, John Pertwee had been in the role for 5 seasons, far more than William Hartnell and Patrick Troughton's 3 apiece. And arguably, he had been the most successful. He was synonymous with the role, and it would be a real uphill struggle for Tom Baker. Oh wait, he's already the most successful Doctor. Tom Baker's 4th Doctor was an overnight sensation, and he became more and more popular as his tenure went on. And wait for this one, guys. I don't think it takes a genius to figure out why. Tom Baker is the Doctor. The character that he plays is simply an exaggerated science fiction version of himself. It is not an understatement to say that he was born to play the role, and he plays it to perfection. He was alien, he was eccentric, and above all, he was a hero. Dressed in his coat and his hat and his unfathomably long scarf, the 4th Doctor is the most unorthodox hero to ever hero. But I think that's what made him so successful. He wasn't a jock, he wasn't a bodybuilder, or a hero who won the day through blood and violence. He certainly wasn't a pushover either, but he was a beacon of hope to a generation, multiple generations until forever, to the young boys and girls of eternity that taught them that there was a different way to be a hero. You don't need to kill to be able to win. To all of the bookworms or the quiet children, he was the role model for them, and he did it so effortlessly. Would you like a jelly baby? I would definitely say that even today he is the most popular amongst the Doctors, and it makes perfect sense too, considering his era is by far the longest, which we aren't even halfway through. I am dying, bruh. Okay, so we have finally reached season 12, and before I go into what happened here, let's take a little breath, a little break from all the chaos, and just sit back just for a second. We're almost halfway through the classic show, everyone. We're doing great progress. Are you enjoying the video? You're doing good? You're having a good time? Feel free to let me know in the comments below. Okay, enough of the break. Season 12 began with Robot, an episode about a robot.
I go first and last, bro. I lost all my progress. Jolie, Stone Ocean, Ghetto Women Wiggle.
On January 27, 2024, Florida police witnessed a group of individuals involved in a heated argument and physical confrontation.
Yo. Come on. Let's go. Hey. I got it. Can you go over there? Oh, no, we ain't got nothing to do with that. Okay, can you go over there? Don't hit my mama. Don't do that. She ain't got nothing to do with that. So, if y'all don't separate, y'all all go to jail. See, look. Y'all need to go over there. Let's go. Go over there.
Yeah, we did more units out here.
It's a charge. Don't put your hands on me. It's a charge.
Relax.
It's a charge.
Stop.
It ain't your wig. It ain't your wig. So why you coming for me?
You're gonna go in cuffs. You're gonna go in cuffs.
No, I ain't.
Yes, you are.
No,
you need to go home. You need to go home.
Why should I address me?
Because you gotta fight. You wanna go to jail?
Fighting.
You was just pushing her.
Listen, what's going on? You was just in the Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. Get your motherfucking sister because she better get me locked up. Now you see she just put me home.
You're gonna go to jail.
No, I'm not. What's
up? No. Detain her.
I'm finna go. No, you're not. No, because she's trying to fight
Everybody
me.
needs to calm the hell down.
Do this shit right now. I'm putting you in cuffs. Don't touch me.
I'm putting you in cuffs.
Don't touch me.
I'm putting you in
Don't
cuffs.
touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Somebody started with her, bro. She didn't do that, no. She didn't do that.
Yes, she did.
No, she did.
She did.
No, she did. She didn't do that. Calm down, baby. Man, tripping. Calm down. Please calm down.
No, he gave you every chance to walk away, and you're getting that officer's face. No. Now you're going to jail. Now you're going to jail.
For real. She was in my face.
She didn't have nothing to do with the altercation.
Who got something to do with the altercation? Help me out.
It was just girls into a little fight, and it was over by the time that they got here. But whenever they got here, they kept harassing her, thinking it was her. It wasn't her, and now she's...
Now she's acting crazy? Okay.
Yeah, now she's acting crazy.
Okay. This over. This
Every motherfucking day.
Put her in the car. Did she hit you?
I ain't touched nobody.
You came damn close.
For real. Why y'all got to handle me so rough? Why you got to handle me so rough? I got a heart problem. So what? You hot?
Just get in the car.
Don't push me.
I didn't push you.
Don't push me, and I will take your name.
Okay, I'll give you my card.
I ain't did to no motherfucking body.
Oh, man, you can work with him, man. Please.
We're gonna work with him. Work with him, man. Just do me a favor. Step back and let us figure this out.
I
got you.
Man, don't be aggressive, goddamn.
You good. Listen.
No, don't be aggressive. I got you.
For the moment, if you guys just step back, let us figure it out. We got it. I promise you.
You know you touch her from behind. You touch her from behind. That's the way the aggressiveness comes from. Don't take that woman to jail because you won't touch her. I know you want to be tough guy now.
No.
Man, listen. Little nigga purrs, man. You know how shit get. Man, work with her. She got kids all type.
Everybody got kids. If y'all take a step back, let us help us figure it out. We can lessen the chances.
She wasn't trying to fight. She was trying to sleep and fight later.
But you see how this looks? It looks like y'all are coming and crowding us. If y'all step back, give us a second. Let us figure it out. I got you. Okay? I'll do my best. All right?
I'm calling her number right now.
She ain't do nothing though.
I got you. Give me the just step back and we'll figure it out. I got you. Okay? I got you. I appreciate you. You have charges on her? Yes. Disorderly and resisting. Yes, 100% disorderly. She was in your face about to hit you.
stop banging on my car. You're going to jail. You're done.
We had to.
Yeah, bro, she was doing too much.
Yeah. Get her out, just get her out of here. There. We got you.
What? I got asthma. I just need my inhaler.
Where is it?
Where's it? It's in my car over there.
Which car is it?
You got.
Where's your keys?
It's a Ford Plus. My cousin has the keys.
Who's your cousin?
Right there with the
With the hat?
No, where's she
Lord,
with it? Over there with that black shirt on with the ponytail.
Hey, we're looking. Hey, Carol.
Yeah, got it.
Are you ready?
Please. My bad.
Are you her cousin?
I don't know. No, get her people over here.
Cousin. She needs her inhaler from her car. One of y'all got her keys?
Mama, she need her inhaler. What inhaler? It's in her car. She ain't no inhaler in him.
It's in her car. Do you have her keys?
Hurry up. Well, I don't have her keys in this purse. Yes, it is. Okay, let me see. Where her car? Over there.
Oh, family, man, they were trying to break it up and
They're
trying to break each other away. They're trying to break each other up. Trying to stop it. For him to grab her from behind while she was already aggressive. That's what didn't know him, who he really was. That's what make him do what he's doing.
That's the mistake. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's his mistake and her mistake. Man, please work with him.
Not really. You gotta understand, we're responding. Somebody calls us and say we're responding to a fight. I don't know who's fighting. All I know is somebody's hurting somebody. I gotta separate them. You know what I'm saying?
So if they're aggressive, if they talking to each other, then somebody
I don't know.
pull you from behind. I ain't gonna know nobody.
I know what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? But that's why you gotta you gotta be a responsible adult and not put yourself in that situation.
Hey, if it's 10:15, let's go.
Yeah, she wants her asthma pump.
Say what?
We can't give her an asthma pump.
She's gonna get that at the jail. Any medical care there.
Give her every chance to walk away.
Yeah. Just make sure you write a supplement if it's doing the 10:15.
She need her inhaler. Why they pull up with her?
We got it. We got it. We don't need.
She needs her inhaler though.
We can bring it to him. We can bring it.
What you mean bring it? Don't leave her. Let her get her.
We can bring it. We got it.
Don't trip it.
2 to 12.
I have asthma and heart murmur.
10:15. Copy started.
I have heart problems.
I'm sorry, last night you had back home.
It's gonna be A4679. A4679. Do you need some fresh air?
I can't breathe.
Do you want FD to check you out? Are you having an asthma attack?
Yes.
Okay. Give me a second. I'll pull it. Two to 12, Sanford. Can I get FD 51 to me? My 1015 is having an asthma attack.
What you like? 38.
They trying to take my girl, man.
You walked up to me. Exactly, period.
You walked up to me. Hold it down, man.
Take it easy, guys.
You got her inhaler from her?
You walked up to me.
I will, yeah, but you can't let her take it now. Now that she's in. That's how it looks. What gives a shit what you gonna do? Just get that inhaler from her. Yeah, I don't know what she's doing. Sometimes it's giving her, it's portraying it, just give them the pickle. Remember you know what I mean? Sometimes you just gotta play the game.
Let's make sure we show some presence here throughout downtown until the bars empty out.
She's gonna have to go to jail tonight.
Why?
I'm gonna tell you, I can explain it. If you don't yell at me, I can explain it.
Okay. All right.
You are, because you're cool.
Because she was aggressive.
I appreciate you.
Yeah, tell her.
Well, this is what happens. And the other gentleman was talking about it. So when the officer came to separate the fight,
she wasn't even a part of the fight, though. She sure was.
and that's what I was actually being told by the bartender. But the other problem is this: when the officer's coming and you're yelling and getting aggressive and resisting. So if I come,
but you have to understand this.
Y'all realize?
No, understand this. If you didn't do nothing wrong, of course you're gonna get upset. Cause she didn't do nothing wrong, so she wouldn't have.
Let me ask you a
coming
question.
for her.
Let me ask you a question.
Why you coming for her and seeing this show?
You said I'll let you explain, right? You want to let me explain?
Yeah, no, yeah.
Where do you think any of when you say I didn't do nothing? Where does somebody deciding if you did something or didn't do something? Where does that happen? Do you know
Yeah,
what
but
happens?
everybody else told you she didn't do that wrong though.
After I showed up, it's not my decision, but after I show up, this is after you resist.
that's just
If I come and I grab you, all right?
Don't grab her! Don't grab her! What you grabbing her
Stop
for?
yelling or I won't explain anything.
No, but why you grabbing her?
If you're gonna yell, I
I
won't
can do
explain
the
anything.
I want. I'm grown.
Then I won't explain anything.
I'm grown.
It's not about being grown. You are grown.
Yeah, I'm grown.
So you should be respectful and be calm.
Yeah,
right?
I am.
I'm talking
I
to
am
you
being
that way,
respectful.
but you're being
But
you're
I'm
being
saying,
loud.
no, what I'm saying is, why grab her if people are telling you that she didn't do anything wrong?
This is after. People told me she didn't do anything wrong after it, okay? But if an officer comes and they grab you, you're giving a lawful command. You gotta relax. You gotta listen. Calm down. We'll get it figured out.
The crazy part was I had drove past the spot, and in 3 minutes the whole thing.
What is this? 202 again? Is that his number or what?
Yeah.
What? For her, yeah. Because FD would be able to administer it, right? FD would be able to administer her. Is it? Not us, but we'll probably have the power.
No disrespect at all. But it's just, like that's wrong because she really did not do anything wrong. Like at all.
Yeah, but when the cops,
really
when we show up, you calm with us. That's the only way we're gonna know. If you're gonna be angry and aggressive, we can't do anything.
I guess she was just mad because y'all was coming at her because she didn't do nothing.
Well, be calm with us and show us that we can do that. All right. Listen, hey, y'all have a good night. Okay, I'm sorry.
Man, listen. In through your nose, out through your mouth.
Fetal position up.
Here, put your feet out.
Come on, we're gonna have you get out.
I'll do something. Here, put your feet up. Get some fresh air. There you go.
I need my
You can look up.
Fire department's coming in. They're gonna give you. What do you say? Computer on?
Yeah.
I have plenty of it.
The friends here, they don't know where it is.
Where's your inhaler at? I don't know where your inhaler's at.
In my purse, in my bag, in the car.
I'm actually shocked we're running babies again. And we're winning. Get them, my babies. Get them. Babies, go. Asleep. Give me an egg. Nice. Terrible. This is the worst egg in the game. This is terrible. No, I'm offline. Oh no. say bored. I think we run this. forgot we're supposed to be making fluffy tail. If I put my items on. She won, oh my god. We should have kept it. We should have kept it over something. Because, I don't know, we can play it in the video, but it won't make sense, actually. No! We needed that fire to become a fire section. Gibble's going crazy. Gibble's going crazy. No, they got my team pot. They're so low. How are we winning? I don't think they were better. No, Black one was his regular. No, how they dodging my shit? Oh my god. I'm max level. What the fuck? No, man. They chomped. They beat me? How? Not with these units in the back. I don't win this. Fuck. Fuck. I had to run this thing. I had to run this thing for 6 fire. We got third, that's pretty good though. I had to run it for 6 fire. Yeah, over 3 light. I want to turn monster on. But none of this matters, bro. We probably should have went for a dragon, I guess. But like, we still would have lost, to be honest. Cause I didn't hit upgrades. Oh, 3rd place. That's good. Fuck. I can't believe we kept starting this whole time. Holy dragon fire was my whole game plan, man. I needed 2 more dragons, man. I needed 2 dragons. Like, who was I gonna get rid of? I have to get rid of light, yeah. I just have to get rid of these 2. That's what I should have did. I should have got rid of those 2 and went full dragon tilt. Cause dragons get stronger at 5, yeah, we need 5. Man. I should have just made dragon 5. Oh, I didn't even have to get rid of both of them. I was at dragon 4. So yeah. Maybe we just, no, we need him to turn on electric. We get rid of Behem. That's what we get rid of. For like Goomy. Just to hit dragon 5, I guess. We take out Behem, man. I don't know if No, we beat the other Rescue Round guy. The bug team killed us.
I'm him!
Hey guys, what's happening? So we are back to continue our coverage on the 8 Deaths of Spider-Man with part 7. So as usual, if you need to get caught up, I got a playlist for you down in the description that covers everything you need to know about this story leading up to this point. So with that said, if you're enjoying these videos, be sure to drop a like, subscribe if you're new to the channel, and don't forget to hit that bell up top to get all notifications. Alright, so recently with us seeing the hidden history, or the locked away memories of Phil Coulson, that revealed that he was capable of seeing death at the age of 6, this eventually led Phil down the path of understanding one of the main reasons why the Death Stone had chosen him, but also how death changes everyone. Where in the case of Peter, with him dying so many times, only to later experience 3 million additional deaths, this changed Peter by way of killing Spider-Man, because after seeing everything that Peter's seen, he no longer believes that any of this matters. And like we saw, this led to Peter having a deep and meaningful conversation with Felicia, because she knows all about him being Earth's champion, and Peter having to face the science of Sidorak, the multiple deaths and resurrections, so she's up to speed with what's been going on here. But now when we come back, we find out that this conversation led to other activities. But Peter and Felicia don't get into the details of what happened, because when she brings him coffee, Peter's just like, yeah, about last night. But Felicia doesn't get into it. She's just like, I have to head out, make sure to lock up before you go. So really it's left to your imagination to fill in the details. Just try not to think too hard about it. But with Peter noticing that Felicia doesn't want to talk about it, it's fine by him, because for once he doesn't want to either. And just based on everything we've seen Felicia tell Peter about this whole situation with the science of Sidorak, I gotta admit, it's got me thinking about Felicia's whole involvement within this event, within an event overall. Because starting with the advice and the things that Felicia's told Peter, as far as saving the small moments of delight for himself and being unapologetic about it, and I mean also reminding him that she's single, it all comes together like she's being the friend that Peter needs by being here to talk and listen, because she knows Peter and that eventually he'll come around. But at the same time, it's like if she sticks around too long, then she's allowing Peter to just get comfortable in this state. And it seems like a really smart move on her part by just going with the flow with Peter for a moment, which is also her taking her own advice that she gave Peter. And to me this works because Felicia, she knows what's at stake, and she knows if she were to try to force him to get back out there, it wouldn't work. So just by talking to Peter and being with him where he's at right now, even if just for a moment, it's almost like Felicia understands that down the line this is going to be way more impactful than if she were to try to force him out there. Because Felicia can't do that by herself, and I think she knows that. And we see part of that play out here, because right now when she leaves, where Peter's alone and it's quiet, he's like, I hear a buzz, the tingle of magic. One of Sidorak's scions has come to New York. I tried to care, it doesn't work. Because again, the process of bringing Spider-Man back from the dead, and I mean dead as far as what Phil Coulson would say, but the process of bringing Spider-Man back, this is something that's going to take more than a get back in there champ or a go get him tiger. And I mean, we might get some of that along the way, but the return of Spider-Man is a process that Peter has to go through. It always has been. So going forward, everything that takes place and the different encounters that Peter has, they're all going to play their part. And so with that said, the next thing we do here is head across town to the current scion of Sidorak, Kratios, who's recently arrived to face Peter, but with Peter not showing up, Juggernaut and the X-Men have come to fight Kratios instead. And this sets things up in a way to where now the X-Men are fighting as Earth's champion in the place of Spider-Man. And I know it sounds a little weird to have a whole team take the place of one contender, or what was one challenger, but we've already seen one of the Scions break the rules prior to this, so I imagine down the line when this challenge comes to a close, we'll see where all the chips fall. But in the here and now when the X-Men arrive, Kratios isn't worried about facing all of them, because from his point of view, none of these guys are champions, so he doesn't think they stand a chance. So right away, Cyclops calls out a plan for the X-Men to contain the fight and limit Kratios' movement, which leads to Temper using her ice to get the ground nice and slippery, while Kid Omega creates a barrier out of random vehicles. And for a moment here, Kid Omega's like, I hope everyone has car insurance. And I'm just like, I hope they got full coverage. Like, I hope Nationwide is on your side. Because if you don't have a good neighbor, woo, you in trouble. But this just sets things in place so that Cyclops can attack head on, while Magic and Psylocke flank him. And again, this is just the initial plan coming from Cyclops, so that the X-Men can manage to contain the fight. But because they haven't hit Kratos with anything serious just yet, he thinks that this is the best they can do. But little does he know, not only can the people here hit harder than what they just gave him, but they got more to offer. They're just getting the stage set. So when Kratos tells them here, how amusing, humans are weak, next to the might of Sidorak and his ilk. And that's when a voice comes out from the side like, oh yeah? Do I count as one of that ilk? And there's a few things I want to point out here as Kane Marco steps into the fight. And I mean, some of it we'll get deeper into later in the video, because they pertain to certain words that are exchanged throughout the course of this. But with Kane Marco getting his power from the Crimson Gem and becoming an avatar for Sidorak, as the Juggernaut, the power that he has as an avatar of Sidorak, it rightfully rivals the science of Sidorak. Because with Kratos referring to himself and his siblings as ilk in relation to their father Sidorak and his might, that statement is highly inaccurate. Because none of these scions, who are all the children of Sidorak, just to be clear. But if we're talking about the might of Sidorak in comparison to his children, who all have different power sets, there's a huge gap between how powerful he is and how powerful they are. Because from what we know, at least one of them doesn't have much of any power at all. Which is why most of these scions want to win this contest, with most of them believing that this is their chance to either conquer Earth in Sidorak's name or prove themselves worthy to take his throne, when all the while Sidorak's only allowing this contest to go down purely for his own entertainment. So yeah, when it comes to their relation to Sidorak, it stops there. And when we start talking about the might from the scions we've seen thus far, it's not even close. And right now, when we head over to the Crimson Cosmos, where Sidorak is watching this whole thing go down, he's asked by another one of his scions, since Earth's champion didn't show, will you declare the covenant nullified, father? Or will you let them fight? But we don't get an answer from Sidorak here. Instead, we go back over to Kratos, and it's kind of done like a J-cut, because Kratos says here, who are you to challenge your betters? The crumbs of my father's power that you possess do not make us kin. Which right there just lets us know how the scions look at Kane Marco for the most part, because one of the scions sees things a lot differently than the others, and we'll talk more about her in a little bit. But as Juggernaut and Kratos have fought their way outside of the fight area, the X-Men follow up to try to keep the bystanders out of the way, and we also see Aunt May leading people towards the feast center so they can get off the streets and take cover. So Kid Omega and Temper do their part to help out as far as keeping the civilians out of harm's way, while Magic, Cyclops, and Psylocke step in to help the Juggernaut out. While Kratos just keeps going on here, telling the Juggernaut you're no son of Sidorak, you are no champion, only for the Juggernaut to tell him, shut your pie hole. The X-Men are Earth's champion now. And following this, when we head back to Peter, we find that he's paid yet another visit by Dr. Strange. And right away when Strange gets there, Peter's very dismissive, because he thinks he's about to hear a whole nother speech about how he should get back out there. But Strange is just like, look, I'm dealing with multiple world-ending problems, and I'm here to tell you about the Blight, and you gonna listen to this. But right here, Peter's like, pass, unsubscribe. And he's like, I know Peter ain't threatening him with the unsubscribe, because that always works. So like most notifications that slap you in the face, Dr. Strange is just like, whether you like it or not, you will hear what I have to say about the Blight. There is no more time to coddle you. And this time around with more of an L cut, this now takes us back over to Calix, who's the scion that we saw attack Spider-Man after this guy already lost, who later went on to travel beyond the casket only to encounter the Blight. And at the time, he believed he'd survived and made it on his own just based on his own strength, not knowing that the Blight had traveled with him. So fast forward to now, what starts as a strange feeling, which turns out to be a rot affliction, it starts to cover him all over. And this is where Calix stands up, believing that he's found new purpose and that he's obtained a greater power than what he was trying to achieve before by just pleasing his father Sidorak. And it's here where we go much deeper into what exactly is happening, as well as some further explanation about the Blight, which we've talked about before, but right now as Dr. Strange is explaining all of this to Peter, this also tells us what to expect from Calix in the near future. Because it's here where Strange tells Peter, when I first encountered the Blight, it nearly destroyed me. I was younger then. The secrets of the universe were revealed to me, and I was filled with wonder and awe, but I was still not ready for the cosmic energy known as the Blight. I studied it because that's who I am, but the more I learned, the more I realized that it was a threat to Earth and everything I hold dear. I tried to destroy it, but it was a wasted effort. The Blight is eternal, It is a force of nature as inexorable as solar flares or death. It exists to extinguish life. If it were to perceive humanity, it would be our end. I searched for a way to destroy the blight through this reality and others. You cannot even begin to imagine. There was only one option, the spell for the casket. I rejected that solution at first, but eventually I did the unthinkable. I made a bargain with Sidorak that resulted in the covenant. The casket is the only thing keeping the blight from perceiving the earth and raining misery down upon us all. The blight seeks to prune life and does so through an affliction known as soul rot, an endless torture where living things seek out the things they love the most and destroy them. Peter, there are things worse than death. Soul rot and the chaos the blight would wreak on earth are among them. But even now, after learning all this, Peter's just like, okay. And he tells Strange, I understand what you're saying, but does it matter? We save people from that, something as bad or worse comes anyway. And that's when Strange leans in close, and I mean real close, to tell Peter that he needs to snap out of it. And he tells Peter the X-Men are brave to take on Kratos, but they aren't the champion. You were chosen. You agreed. You were given all the tools you needed. If you do not return to the field of battle, the Blight will destroy everything. They will lose. And that's when Peter's like, hey, I wish you and the X-Men all the luck in the world. As Strange looks like he has more to say, but he doesn't. And just after Strange leaves, Syra shows up. And she's the Scion who Peter defeated before, who had shown the 3 million deaths to Peter. And she's the one out of all the different Scions who wants freedom more than power. And ever since their match in the Covenant, she's been watching him. But she lets him know here that Peter's not the only thing she's been watching, because she tells him, I watch your city, your people. As we see both Randy and Shay go to help Aunt May out. As Syra goes on to say, and I watch my brother and those who foolishly take up your quest, referring to Juggernaut and the other X-Men, who at this point have defeated Kratos. But again, he's not so much the thing that everyone needs to be worried about here, even after all that talking he was doing. But nonetheless, he yields and he admits his defeat, only to have a fist punched through his back and out of his chest, with a voice saying, foolish brother, he may yield, but I do not. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I would have loved to have seen like a Sidorak reaction video so we could see his expressions through every moment in this fight. Like, that would be awesome. But as soon as this happens, Syra sees it. So she literally just saw her brother Calix kill her other brother in real time. And now that Calix is here with his rot affliction, he's here to carry out everything that Doctor Strange explained to Peter as far as the rot arriving and destroying humanity. So right away, the X-Men jump into action. And Cyclops tells Juggernaut to go after the new guy, while the rest of them handle the Crimson Canines, who are now being referred to by Calix as the Rot Dogs, which is a name that makes me chuckle, since Calix is out here rot dogging. But when the Juggernaut goes after Calix, dude just stops him with one hand. As he goes on to say, my father sees fit to bestow his gifts on everyone, but me. But I have something better now. And after that, he just backhands the Juggernaut off to the side like he's nothing. And it's crazy to see, but it's kind of funny at the same time, because when Juggernaut goes flying into like this little department store or whatever, Magic comes running like, you okay, Kane? And he's just over here like, no one stops the Juggernaut. While Calix is out here yelling to Sidorak like, do you see this, father? Because Calix thinks he's in control. He doesn't understand that the rot cannot be simply just put on a leash. Like, he really has no clue that he's on the path of the ultimate crash out. And there's even a moment here where Syra tells Peter, I watch one brother die and another suffer a worse fate, only to then let him know that everything just got worse. So yeah, as this event within an event, looking at you, Doom, comes to a close, we have yet to see if Peter Parker will ever give a rat's butt about humanity. And so now real quick, I want to give a special shout out to all the patrons. Thank you guys for all of your support. And for anyone who's new here, who wants more information on how to support the channel, I got a link below where you can go to patreon.com/dopespill. But that'll do it for this one, guys. Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below, and we'll do it again on the next one. Alright, later.
About to get cooked. No, we're cooking, dude. Artificial's so good. Artificial Ghost Amorphous Darkrai. There we go. We're cooking. I like the pivot I made. We were doing this field light comp, and it was cool, but it only can take me so far, right? I want the punching glove, I think. I said or Necronomicon in my head, and then I went and did it. I think I want the punching glove. Special damage burn 15 seconds. You're artificial. He needs the buffs. He needs the buffs. He needs the buffs. You know, it's kind of trash. Okay, we have HP. It's fine. It's fine. Dude, I think we roll. I think we roll. We're gonna not roll to make interest, but Jesus Christ, these games are too close. Look, he's crushing us now. No, come on, guys. Oh my God, look at all the HP. It's a PvE, man. Dude, I want him in. We don't get Amorphous. I don't even know There's the punching glove I wanted. Do we need it? Fire, fighting. Dude, I think we need a punching glove. And he starts doing more damage, and then we kind of put back in a rack when we can get Amorphous. There's like literally nothing I can upgrade. Help! I think this is my last turn. Oh? Yo, wait, we came through? We actually came through. Oh my God, we came through. How's this shit working? How is this shit? I don't know if we beat this team. Dude. Oh, no. We almost did. We low-key almost did. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God, dude. What the heck? X-Plow? He was running sound, that's why. And so the longer it went on, I couldn't keep up. The longer the battle went on, the stronger he got. And I couldn't get to his stuff in the back, because we're not running dark, we're just running ghosts. And we're not running 6 ghosts. Our units are just strong, except for this guy. Like, even adding another unit wouldn't have helped me. But that was a fun game. That was a fun game. $9.29. Dude, we're actually climbing. We're actually climbing. I love artificial. It's a good pivot. I was just building my mines, and then when I was done with the fielders, I swapped them all out for artificial. Got a couple extra items. Started cooking a little bit. But I tapped out somewhere. I even made Aegislash like super early too. Oh, he had Crocodile too. Dude, 11 fire? How? What? With the 3 dragon? You get to 11 fire? I don't like firefighting comp, bro. I don't like this comp at all. Maybe I should have put the weaker bug in against the better comp, the sound comp. Look, he only has fucking 6, 7 mons, but they're all sound, so they go crazy. How do you get polytoad, bro? What? Artificial is so fun. It's so clean.
In Pokemon AutoChess, you can get titles for achieving specific goals. Some are quite easy, and some are a little harder. But what's the rarest title? By getting to stage 40, you'll meet Arceus and the Creation Trio, and you'll be granted, with this title, Eternal. And that's the title I'm going to be going for today. So, what's the game plan? I enlisted my housemate to help figure out how to do it, and almost immediately we had an idea. The main difficulty with getting to stage 40 is keeping the game going. If one team is too strong, they'll just win too quickly before we can get there.
Oh no! Okay, so we can't draw. Draw's bad. Drawing is bad.
No, we have to draw.
No, we don't. Because by
you have to
drawing, we're
make every
both taking
game
damage. If you take damage and I take damage, and you take damage and I take damage, and you take damage and I take damage, it doubles the rounds.
That are so even.
No, no, no.
Oh no, you just have one Pokemon on bench that you switch.
Yeah. How the fuck does someone do this normally?
But then we thought of the perfect Pokemon to counter this. Celebi. Celebi has a passive that when it casts its ability, you, the player, are healed by 1. Using this passive, we could prolong the game longer than it should be and hopefully have enough of a window to get to stage 40. Though, that's easier said than done. The main thing we need to get going is Celebi casting its ability as many times as possible, and luckily there are a few favourable outcomes for us. Double Celebi, which was quite unlikely, Celebi and Dialga, because Dialga can infinitely resurrect, Celebi and Garbodor, by giving Garbodor a bunch of items, you can increase its HP and prolong the fight, and finally Celebi and Deoxys Defense, because Deoxys Defense can infinitely protect itself. And after a few games, this happened.
I've got literally nothing right now. One mystic down. I'll get the charcoal, you get the other mystic.
Our first goal was trying to get all of the items needed so that Celebi could cast as many times as possible, with the perfect setup being Aqua Egg, Mana Scarf and X-Rays.
Oh, level 5.
What?
No, it'll give you so many fucking berries. No, genuinely.
That's crazy.
Or if I hit Garbodor.
Yeah. That's so funny.
Problem with Snorlax is you basically need to be running a full team of shitters. Because like 30% of max HP, something like 750 is what? 30%.
Oh fucking no, yeah, but Snorlax, that's not gonna work. Because it's just gonna body me. It's gonna one-shot the Celebi.
X-ray or...
It's either X-ray or it's green orb. Because if we have Mana Scarf,
That thing is, that's 4 fucking...
That's what I'm saying, that's the issue.
I mean, ultimately, if I end up on the Alka,
then you're fine, yeah.
Or if I end up on something. But if I end up on... what's it called? Garland, or it doesn't work matter what I do.
Yeah.
Green orb is the only one I want to give it consistently.
Yeah.
I can go up.
Are you serious?
What?
It lives on 2 HP. What? Okay, well, it's fine because I get the Celebi.
There's only 2 grass balls, that sucks ass.
That's fine. There's 3 grass balls. One of them was Flora.
No. Oh, all the floor.
Most of them, apart from Comfy.
Comfy.
There's an old.
What the fuck is your truck?
Yes! You get Chinigon.
Chinigon Dragon. What the actual fuck is that? None of your other Pokemon did.
No, it never does. No, it literally sits there, everything else just dies, and then that thing just hits once and then just fucking kills everything.
Insane.
So this was a big thing. So half the community thought this was utter garbage, and half the community thought this was fucking broken.
And it turns out it's fine.
It's situationally is really fucking good.
Yeah, but it's not either of the things anyone thought it was.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, they still claim that it's broken, and the other people claim that it's like whatever. So these guys have so much HP. These two have so much HP. Which means it'll be quite long before they even die. I think this is to be easy. As long as one of us get one of them.
No.
Oh, sorry, as long as one of us gets Celebi.
You full purpose and grass.
Huh?
You full purpose and grass.
Yes.
I've got lunch types.
I'm on 6 monster, 5 grass, and I'm going to switch 2 monsters out to get 2 grass. So instead, slam all your berries after T20 to ensure that you don't take any more damage by accident from these lot until we get to... Yeah.
This one's going to be close to me.
So this is a really old, must be a really old bot, because that is Burn Orb Mew, which what it used to do...
Yeah, it burned everything.
It burned everything, yeah, but they changed it.
Did they change it?
Yeah, they changed it. So only if the caster hits Mew and it does it, they receive it back. It's one only instead of the other whole. I still think Burn Orb Mew was one of, if not, no, okay, it wasn't the strongest, but it was one of the strongest. Alright, ready? This one. Yeah, I would guarantee. And then you go down. Okay, okay. Actually, yeah, it's better to get the Flora portal. What does it matter? No, sorry. No, it's awful to get the Flora portal. Sorry. I got Celebi.
I've got nothing.
Show me.
It doesn't matter, I'm doing Gobble.
No, you go Deoxys and go Deoxys Defense. Deoxys Defense.
It's better than the Garbodor, it's going to be on those 7.
Yes. You give it mana items, you give it AP items. It gets Protect for 8 seconds.
Which is actually...
Yeah, it scales with AP.
Do I go Mana Scarf Pokédoll?
I want to cast as many times as possible, but for you not to die.
Our next goal was defeating the rest of the bots and leaving just me and my housemate left while trying to lose as little HP as possible. But as you'll see later, that didn't really go to plan.
Uh-oh. What? I'm losing to the Groudon. Well, I was losing to the Groudon because Sceptile might... Why does he... How does he have the top? Oh, I'm surprised they could even equip that.
Yeah.
It's already a poison type.
Get into it.
So they... that's the only Pokemon that can hold an item that is gives it its own synergy. Wow.
Time.
Yeah. Oh, I beat you. Okay, so you put one random shitter.
Then we read all the white ones.
Think that'd be enough?
One way to find out. I've got 60 health. We can fuck around a little.
That's true. That's true. It's fine. Look at my handles.
Why is it big?
Because it scales with AP, their HP.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh.
How scary are
I don't know. I don't know, there's a lot of them.
they? I've accidentally.
Oh my god, oh, it's fucking scary. I don't think we beat him.
I don't.
I beat him.
Oh no, Sobble is just base.
Yeah, yeah, Sobble's fine. No, yeah, that's why I itemized. The Sobble is fucking crazy.
I didn't itemize it.
Fair enough. You lost.
20 health as well.
No! Okay, no, wait, we're so close. Fuck. Okay.
If that's it.
If that is the... You just took 20 HP from that. If we're one round off, I swear to fucking God.
I can see him.
Yeah, I can see them. I can... Oh, fuck!
What?
I killed the Weedle!
I know!
Oh, my bad. This is gonna be tight. This is gonna be so funny. How the fuck did that guy do it in a game?
In a normal game.
What?
That's mental.
Yeah, nice. Go to 50. Oh, we did it. Yeah, you just keep everything the same.
Oh!
I think we did it. Wait, but then we have to fight. We have to beat Arceus.
We have to beat it.
Well, how the fuck do we have to beat Arceus?
As in you want us to, or we have to?
I don't fucking know, but we have to.
Okay, alright.
What's the server reset? Sorry guys, we have to fix it.
I'm actually, right now, fucking DM Curry are going on a massive tirade.
Just go to France.
Motherfucker, right now.
Give me my fucking...
Give us the shit.
Okay, be ready for 8 PM to beat Arceus.
Yeah. Actually, you can 8 PM right now.
Oh, of course, yeah. Fuck me. I think Milo Punny, just killed everyone.
I hope my swallow goes.
Get fucked!
Let's go.
Okay. We did it!
We had made it. We had made it to stage 40 and beat Arceus. But there was technically one more goal left, and that's to create the best board possible and try and defeat each other.
Okay, alright, now just leave it, me versus you. Fuck you. Alright, you're getting fucked. Alright, alright.
Did you just get like a fuck ton of stones as well?
Yeah. Nah, I think you beat me. I know, maybe my low penny. Hey, go low penny. Go low penny. Get low penny.
Oh.
Get fucked.
Oh.
Okay, wait. Hang on. Now we just have to look.
I press DP.
Yes, sir. Okay. We go back to lobby. We wait for the lag. We wait for the lag.
Profile.
Okay. Profile. Oh, wait, don't say it. Yeah!
doesn't seem right. I don't do anything with Dude, artificial has not steered me wrong yet. Artificial has not steered me wrong yet. There he is. I need artificial. Oh my god, they're all over there. You're shitting me. They're all over there. I need. Okay. My choice. I got two. Yes, I got two. I get my choice. Wait, I'm about to cook. Zerk? I'm a gear man. I guess we're taking Zerk. Oh my gosh. You have no idea, dude. Ghost. She got that on Zerk. I'm just, protect them. But like, I can't put Fluffy Tail on him anyway. So maybe we do just want him to have the flame orb. I'm back to rolling for my life. We don't have any monsters. We won easy. We have won easily. What do I do? What do I? What do I do? Yeah, get this to somebody. I think Electro can take it. I think Electro can take it for the stats. We're one ghost away. We are exactly one ghost away. Why do I have this? I just have stuff. We need ghost 6. Ghost 6. No, we don't. We won. Oh my gosh, we won. Oh my gosh, we won. Oh wait, this is important. What do we need? Circuitry? Yeah. Ooh, look at all the special damage he does. Yeah, we're gonna go crazy with the Zerk. That's why I was like, I don't really want to give it flame orb and kill itself, right? Look at the healing. Give it specs. Let it shoot from far. It's doing mad damage with the specs. This is good. And then we got the teapot to heal it up. We need to go ghost. Now who's better? This guy or this guy? Yeah, it has to be this guy, right? And I just want him to chill out near circuitry, you know? Everybody should be protecting Zerk. Protect the tree. Look at the tree go. Protect the tree. Yeah, do anything. Let's go, dude. We're about to win this lobby. We're gonna actually win this lobby. I was like, I need go 6. Also, the enemy, the highest ability, lose 50% and fatigue. Nuts. And I'm artificial, so I'm boosting myself and I'm lowering all their stuff. And he heals in a sandstorm. That's cool. We just need to protect the tree, bro. Decrease their attack speed. That's cool too. I'm just building stuff for fun. I don't need this. I actually don't need this. I don't need any of this garbage. Yes. Yes. Artificial is too good to me, bro. Artificial is too good to me. And I like all these mons, too. Okay. Your job is to protect Zerk, bro. That's it. That's it. Oh my god. I guess we keep slow. Give me something, Jesus Christ. And I'm gonna keep locking out the shop. You don't need this, I don't think. I don't have any fire types. Look, Zerk is just shooting from the corner. He never moves. With the ghost synergy too. So now he can dodge attacks. Plus for every item. This is too much. This is too much. Red orb. Do you have? He doesn't have 3 items yet. Give him the red orb, bro. Give him the red orb. Do we frontline him now? Do we frontline him now? No, we need him back here to protect circuitry. I don't want anybody to jump us. Yeah, they're fine over here. See, look, he's literally fine. Look at the gullet. He's literally fine. Dude, this is crazy. This is crazy. What are you even running? Ground steel. You trying to play artificial? I'm the artificial king. Why everybody trying to play artificial now? Artificial 4? With Ghost 6? No, he's trying to do what I'm doing, but worse. He's doing what I'm doing, but worse. I should have built a Sabo for fun. We're cooking. We're cooking. Look at the circuitry, dude. Circuitry's actually nutty, bro. Circuitry's actually nutty. Dude, where are these guys? Why are there so many people left? I thought they were all dead. I thought they were all dead, man. Maybe just a big shield for my guys up front. Look at all the damage he's blocking. They both want items. He needs it. It should be really good on him. Alright, I'm gonna need this. I don't need any of this. Yes. Yes. Circuitry. Yes. Look at my team. No one dies. I'm Spider-Man. No one dies. I need Ghost 6. I can't even get rid of anybody. I have to just add them in. I froze it. I'm winning, so the game froze. I'm cooking. My artificial team is literally cooking. And I can get Aegis Slash. I've been making Aegis Slash every game now. Oh, he DC'd too, bro. He quit. Dude, I'm actually cooking tonight. I'm actually cooking tonight. My artificial comps are just nasty. Fluffy tail. Just in case they try to cheese me. Well, he is trying to cheese me. He's playing Ghost too. We can't even replace Golet. Yo, we lost. No, we didn't, JK. It looks scary because he was big, but I had circuitry in the back, bro. Dude, Golet doesn't even die with the two fucking things. Golet can't even die. It's so good. I don't even want to replace anybody. Like, what we could do is, like, put in Togekiss for more healing. And then Fluffy Tail. Oh yeah, Fluffy Tail you. Flame or Fluffy Tail. There we go. He's cracked. He's literally cracked. And if we can add a normal type, he becomes unstoppable too. What the hell? No, he died immediately. Yeah! This guy died immediately. Are we losing? Heal us, Togetic. Heal us. Grant us luck. Yes. Yes. No. No. He beat us. Wait, what? How'd he beat us? No. How'd he beat us? Nine, 16? Really? He's that much stronger? Wait, how'd he beat us? I'm gonna lose. No. No, man. Where's circuitry? No. Wait, is he Ghost 8? He's Ghost 8. No. No. I was cooking. No, man. I have an electric stone. I need 2 electric stones, man. Oh my gosh. I even tried to wish. Togetic. I just lose. What? What? I was cooking him. Are you joking? Why they look the same? Are you joking? My artificial comps are so nutty, dude. The Specs Jerketry in the corner was doing work. Ghost Specs Jerketry was putting in so much work. I couldn't get to Ghost 8. Bruh. He picked his unique picks for Ghosts. Oh no, just Giratina. Oh my god, dude. I can't believe he did that to me, bro. Flame or Fluffy Tail didn't even matter, bro. I needed Fluffy Tail on one of my carries. No. But when I itemized though, we were winning by so much. I was like, dude, I'll just keep pushing. It's not enough. 14 elo though, that's pretty good. Dude, what the heck? What the heck? No, there's literally nothing else I would give the stone to. We just needed another electric type. And then maybe we could have fought the ghost. But dang, Ghost Amorphous is too strong. That's so stupid. He got Electrolyzer. Is that a Thunderstorm? That is. He didn't even use his. Oh, he had Pokerus. He had better items. Dude, I had fucking Silk Scarf, man. And the wing. I only had one item, and it was a Ghost. That's the only reason I got to Ghost 6. So imagine if I had 2 usable items, too, to go along with these 2 useless people. I needed them to make the synergy work. I guess, we were over 7. Once I put him... Oh, well, I need Ghost 6. Yeah, I need him for Ghost. Never mind. Why is this game so fun? Dude, artificial goes too hard. Iron Hands goes too hard, bro. What? 2, 3, 3, 1, 1. This comp was one of my favorite comps. And I just missed out on grass. I didn't even get the monster on, apparently. I was laughing maniacally at everything. I thought I had it in the bag. Okay, we gotta stop.